Yo, yo, yo. What up, fools? Today is 3/26/2026. It is 11:03 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? I don't know how long I'm going to stream. I really don't feel well. But I've been feeling better throughout the day. And so went and did the TikTok stream, debated for a little while on TikTok. Not feeling great again. Like right as that ended, just started feeling like crap again. Truly don't even want to cover news. Just kind of want to sit around and play video games. We might just pivot to that at some point. But honestly, I've been in bed for like the last 2 days and haven't streamed. And like I said, I was feeling better today, so I thought, okay, I'll get on. But I thought that I had a panel today. I thought that I missed 2 full days, and that today was Friday. And so I think yesterday I was talking to Mantis. She was talking about like tomorrow's Friday, blah blah blah. But I keep forgetting that she's a day ahead in New Zealand. So I thought today was Friday. So I got up and started prepping for the panel, got everything ready, started sending out messages like, "Hey, see you in 30 minutes." And one of the people responded was like, "Wait, that's tomorrow." I was like, "Oh shit, you're right." Went back, deleted all my messages to everybody else on the panel. Then, but my bad, dude. I've been in bed for 2 days and was like totally dreading doing the fucking panel today. Was not prepared for this at all, and just laying in bed all day, just waiting for the fucking panel to get closer. Just like, oh, I don't want to do this. But then, after a while, after a couple hours, felt good enough to get online and do some debates on TikTok, and so I did those, and then now figured I'd cover some news here as well. So here we are. Okay. What's the panel topic tomorrow? Probably the Iran war. So I was going to ask you guys if you guys have any suggestions or things that you think that we should talk about, because initially I tell everybody like, hey, we're just going to cover whatever's in the news at the time. Like the kind of structure of the panel that I've been talking about doing for a long time is just that I'm going to bring people on, ask a lot of questions, and then like allow them to have some back and forth here and there. But like it's going to be heavily moderated. Like the majority of it is going to be me kind of like asking questions, turning things like the last person's answer into a question for another person, and just kind of moving that way, and very like strictly guiding the conversation. I really want to use StreamYard for this, but the StreamYard subscription is just, it's too expensive for me now. Like it has gotten outrageous. Like when I was one of the first people on Twitch Politics to stream on Twitch, in the Twitch Politics sphere. And when I did, and I started running panels on there, I started getting other people, more and more, like everybody who ran debates, they all started moving to StreamYard. And like contacting me behind the scenes, and like I would go through it with them and help them set up their StreamYard accounts and everything. Back then it was like $9 a month. Now the cheapest one is like, I think it's like $50 a month. It's outrageous. It's actually fucking outrageous, the prices now. And so I reached out to a couple of other people who have accounts who already pay for theirs, and I wanted to see if I could use their accounts. And I was like, yeah, I can just like pay you just like $10-20 a month, and then if you just make me an admin, I'm able to just log in and do my panels from there. I won't stream from there. I will just set up the panel and then screen share onto my OBS and do it that way. And yeah, so far I haven't been able to get anybody good. There's like good reasons for why most of them aren't willing to let me use it. So Like one of the guys that I contacted the other day, he said he's like, I already have a ton of people who are already admins on here, and we had some like very like personal, intimate conversations behind the scenes on StreamYard, and because we recorded that to leave it like in our archive so that all of us can go back to that if needed, we can't bring you in to where you would have access to our archive. And I'm assuming like, okay, well they're also not going to delete it, because then like none of them will have access to it. So I was just like, okay, like if you guys ever happen to delete that and all of you download it first, you know, let me know, because I'm kind of out of options here. But I might know someone. I'll ask them. Yeah. Let me know. Let me know. That would. There's another. So like StreamYard has a free version, but they have the big fucking duck in the corner the entire time that you can't get rid of. Like, and yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I suppose I could do it, and then it would just I would just have to plaster my logo on top of it. That might work. That might work. I might be able to just like on OBS put my logo on top of that, but they make the logo like very big. Like it's very big. Why not try it? Yeah, we might. The reason that I really want to use it is because when I introduce a topic, I want to have like clips from the news to play to introduce the topic. And so I can say like, you know, Donald Trump this week said at a news conference X, Y, and Z, and then play like a news clip of them talking about it, and then them showing Donald Trump saying it, and then going back to the panel and being like, okay, so what do you guys think about this, blah, 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 right? But I don't have that. And so the only other way that I'm able to do this is either just by playing it on my side where everybody else doesn't see the clip, or I have to go to screen share on Discord, which drops all of us down to the bottom, and it's just a whole fucking thing to do that, where it's like I'm not able to just hit a mute everybody button on there either, which I need, and I can do that on StreamYard. So yeah, I need like a lot of the options that you get through StreamYard. So I plan on possibly trying them, but we'll see.
A verdict has been reached in a potentially landmark social media addiction trial. Meta and YouTube essentially on trial. CNN's Claire Duffy has the latest. And Claire, what is the verdict? I understand you've got the news.
How was your debate panels today on TikTok? We didn't do panels. We just did like one-on-one debates. One person at a time gets to jump on and like kind of debate me. And none of them were good. Like 3 of the people were either, I think I had 4 people come on, and 3 out of the 4 were just either really stupid or trolling. And the very last person, I had like maybe a 45-minute conversation with him, and he eventually said like, yeah, I just came on here because I saw a clip of you a while ago and I thought that you were really bad faith, so I thought that I'd come on here and just divert the conversation the entire time. All right, good one, buddy.
Well, Boris Branna, Meta and YouTube have both been found liable in this case.
Are those girl glasses? Damn, dude. Conservatives don't know what a woman is, and now they don't even know what women's glasses are. You guys are falling apart. Falling apart on me, guys. I need you guys to come back. I need you guys to get back in shape over here, okay? You fucking shit up.
For negligence and how they've operated their platforms, building these features that have been called addictive of young people, and also, found liable of failing to warn users of the risks of their platforms. So really a significant moment here. The jurors have decided that Meta bears a 70% sort of responsibility for what happened to this 20-year-old plaintiff. YouTube bears 30% responsibility, but they have found that these companies were responsible for addicting her and causing harm to her mental health. And of course, this does set the stage for potentially similar verdicts in hundreds of similar cases. So massive moment here. We are awaiting more information about what exactly the financial damages could look like in this case. But this is, again, a landmark moment where both Meta and YouTube are being found responsible, being found liable for building addictive features that have harmed the mental health of young people.
Sheesh.
All right, Claire, huge news. Stay with us. Let's bring in.
That's crazy. Like, it is true though, like there seems to be a lot of intent put into making people addicted to Facebook and social media right now. And so I guess it makes sense to an extent, but that really sets a wild precedent to where like just about anybody who's had any sort of negative impact from social media could turn around and file a lawsuit against them. That's a fucking crazy precedent that I don't know if if I'm okay with that sort of precedent being there, because it seems too wide to where they'll have to like drastically change the way that social media works. Like, think about it. Your algorithm is made to give you things that you like, right? So like you start liking certain types of posts, or you start watching longer videos of certain types of posts, and the types of like category that they're in, the types of hashtags that they have on them, the types of titles that they have on them, make it to where YouTube and TikTok and everybody, Facebook, Twitter, they all say, okay, this means that this person likes this thing, so we're going to give them more of that, and we'll just keep feeding them more and more things to make it to where they're more likely to keep engaging. I don't know how, like, obviously that is addictive, but I don't know how you would run the platform or alter the algorithm to where that wouldn't be the case. I have no idea how you would get to the point where you can make the algorithm give you things that you want to hear or see or watch without making the algorithm useless.
Former state attorney Dave Ehrenberg to talk about the legal implications here. Hundreds more cases, Dave. Walk us through this. As you mentioned, this is a bellwether case. So explain to us what that means for these other cases.
Right, Brianna. So there's about 10,000 similar lawsuits. They're bundled into multi-district litigation across the country. So you have all these groups, parents, school districts, attorneys general, they're all over the country. They're putting their cases together to consolidate them so they could follow with this lawsuit. But this is the bellwether. This will serve as a real tough point for Facebook and Google. They're going to have to live with this because the outcome and the damages will serve as the template for how the rest of these thousands of cases are litigated or settled. And I suspect they will settle. This is, remember, it was TikTok and Snapchat that settled with these plaintiffs before trial. And Facebook and Google said, nah, we're going to take our chances, roll the dice. Well, they rolled the dice, and it came up snake eyes.
Snake eyes indeed. We just got a statement from Meta saying, quote, we respectfully disagree with the verdict and are evaluating our legal options. To what Dave said just a moment ago, they are likely to appeal this decision. Let's bring in Brian Stelter, who's been tracking the latest on this news. Brian, what's your reaction?
That's right, and that statement from Meta coming moments ago from the company. This is the second verdict in a case against Meta in as many days. There was that New Mexico case yesterday, that jury finding Meta liable as well. That dollar figure, $375 million. Meta said it would appeal. Now you have Meta reacting again today. And the company had been waiting, of course, for more than a week as these jury deliberations were going on in LA. The company reacting to this case saying, yes, it's evaluating its legal options, not immediately saying it will appeal. It is notable, we're going to hear about the compensation, the compensatory damages in this case. It looks like it's probably the $3 million. $3 million for a single plaintiff is significant, but for Meta, that is, of course, a very, very small amount of money. We're talking about some of the biggest companies on the planet here, worth trillions. So Meta has weighed in so far. I suspect we will hear something similar from Google, the owner, the parent company of YouTube as well. A couple of other social media players, they actually settled right on the eve of trial to avoid going through this trial process, to avoid facing a jury, and that spoke volumes in and of itself. But Meta and Google went forward, and now we have this really significant ruling. I feel like in America and around the world, we're at the beginning of a conversation about what smartphones and social media companies have done to our society. Both the positives, yes, but also the negatives. We're only at the beginning of that conversation, even though it's been many years, and even though we're now at the point where trials are taking place over the addictive nature of these technologies. We all feel the addictive pull of these tools. We all feel the consequences in our own lives, but to see it displayed on trial, to see the effects on one person.
Yeah, I do feel like, especially if it's underage kids, like it doesn't make sense that this wouldn't be put on the parents instead of the platforms. Like the platforms didn't give your kid a phone. The platforms didn't give your kid I guess maybe the platforms have to raise their age, their minimum age. I think currently it's at 13 years old, where like that's the youngest you're allowed to be to have an account, but maybe they just have to raise the age to like 18 or something like that. But I'm blown away by this. I don't know how this makes sense.
Brought up in front of a jury in this way, it is a monumental situation. It's a really important moment to take stock of what these tools that have both in some ways transformed our culture in good ways have also had very harmful effects in other ways.
So true. Brian, thank you so much.
So
Stand
true.
by for us. I want to bring in Jacob Ward, technology journalist, who is the host of the Rip Current podcast. Wow, Jacob. And to Brian's point, yeah, this is a small amount of money, but there are a lot more cases. And this also speaks to how these companies do business. There is a conversation going on, right, about how social media companies are operating and the influence they have. But I think at a time where there's a feeling that social media companies maybe have been patronizing some of the users of social media and the people who have been complaining about the effects of them, perhaps they have to listen a little bit more. And this could really affect their bottom line and how they do business.
I mean, yeah, from just a pure dollars and cents perspective, sure, $3 million for an individual plaintiff, maybe that's something that a company like this can afford, but there's 350 family cases in the pipeline behind this plaintiff. If you've got 3 million per, that's already over $1 billion. Beyond that, you've got another 250 school districts lining up to sue. That's going to be, thousands more kids conceivably per school district, and then you're getting.
How would school districts sue? How does that make sense? How do school districts even sue? What claim could a school district even have?
Into some very large numbers very fast. But
what in the world? School districts are suing Meta, alleging that Instagram and Facebook are designed to be addictive, creating a youth mental health crisis that hampers learning and forces schools to spend limited resources on mental health services. These lawsuits argue that social media causes increased student anxiety, depression, bullying, and severe behavioral issues. So the claim is that they are having to use school resources on this now, and that because they have to use school resources, the school resources are the thing, that is the compensation that they're looking for. Districts argue that the platform design choices cause or significantly contribute to widespread depression, anxiety, body image issues, and self-harm among students. This is really fucking wild. Like, there's no way that they could win a case on this. There's no fucking way that they can win a case on this. The idea that, like, one, Meta is like telling you to post photos on there in the first place to where you're gonna have like body issues. Two, the fact that they're responsible for what it is that like other people are saying to you in response, or normally the majority of these people are upset because nobody's liking their posts. Nobody hit the like button on their posts. And so they're like, a girl goes and posts a picture of herself and then goes and lays in bed waiting for somebody to hit the like button on it, and then nobody does, and then she gets really self-conscious about herself and is like upset about the fact that nobody's liking her post, and this gives her bad body image issues. But that like, what is Meta supposed to do? They're supposed to just like have bots start liking your posts? Like, what is the answer here? Excessive use affects attention spans and behavioral health, disrupting classrooms and creating the need for schools to increase student counseling services and staff training. Does Meta have parental controls on their apps? Yes, Meta provides comprehensive parental supervision tools across their apps, including Instagram, Facebook, and Meta Quest VR headsets, under their family-centered dashboard. These controls allow parents to set time limits, block specific apps/content, monitor usage, and manage interactions with AI. So yeah, this literally makes it to where, like, the parents have all of the control. They have the ability to change what it is that their kid is and isn't doing on the app, what it is they do and don't see. The parents have, and even they have, like, one of the complaints in, or one of the things stated in the complaint is the amount of time that kids spend on it. Excessive use affects attention spans. Excessive use. Okay, well, who's responsible for the excessive use if they put the parental control aspects on the app? If you're capable of controlling these things, why are you not responsible for that now? If they didn't have the option for you to do it, then sure, now it seems like they're not even giving anybody the ability to stop their kids from getting on there for way too long. And so now, yeah, of course, like, you can have some sort of blame there. But when they give you the ability to limit your kids' interactions on the app and you don't, why is that the app's problem? It doesn't make sense.
All of that aside, I mean, what this really says to me, what is such a big deal about this, is that we're really looking at harm in this whole new way, that the architecture of choice, the way in which these companies have built the experience of being together online, has, in this case, the jury has found, caused damage to young people. And that idea, which is beyond the sort of the general feeling we all have that something is wrong with childhood, moves us into this legal theory that can be pursued, thinking now in very concrete terms about a behavioral harm at scale by design. And that is an entirely new world. We are literally sitting here, I think, at the moment when we figured out that seatbelts in cars are the difference between, danger and not, right? We're at the moment here, I think we're figuring out that there is a causal connection between, cancer and cigarettes. It's that kind of legal theory that is suddenly in place here. And we're now, I think, Brian's right there, that we're at the beginning of an absolutely new era in thinking about how social media is really working on kids and the liability that companies have when they play around with kids' behavior for profit, which until now has been entirely legally acceptable. And now we're in an entirely new world, you guys.
That's crazy, dude.
All right, breaking news just moments ago. Facebook announced it is getting rid of fact checkers and also making major changes to what content is allowed. This is just the latest.
All right, this is from a year ago, so.
A verdict has been
That's crazy. There we go.
Baby. I said, you can't be carpet bombing these communities. And he said to me, well, you did it. You carpet bombed, not his exact words, but you carpet bombed Berlin. You dropped a nuclear weapon. You killed thousands of innocent people because you had to in order to win a war. Yes, but that's why we came up with the UN. New deals by which what we would do relative to civilians and military.
So he was comparing 21st century war tactics, battle tactics, with World War II.
Well, what he was really doing is he was going after me for saying you can't indiscriminately bomb civilian areas, even if the bad guys are there. Even if the bad guys are there, you can't take out 2, 10, 12, 1,500 people, innocent people, in order to get to one bad guy. I said, but baby.
Damn. Where was that? Where did he say this? Joe Biden discussed his carpet bombing comments in an exclusive interview with MSNBC's Lawrence O'Donnell. The interview, conducted near the end of his presidency and aired January 2025, revealed details of a private exchange he had with Benjamin Netanyahu shortly after the October 7th, 2023 attacks. Biden recalled telling Netanyahu during a visit to Israel, "Bibi, you can't be carpet bombing these communities." Netanyahu's retort, according to Biden, Netanyahu defended Israel's actions by comparing them to the U.S. military's history, reportedly saying, "Well, you did it. You carpet bombed Berlin. You dropped a nuclear weapon." Biden's rebuttal: Biden explained that while the U.S. had used those tactics in World War II, international institutions like the UN were created specifically to ensure such mass civilian casualties would not happen again. Timing of the conversation: Biden noted this discussion occurred within the first 10 or 11 days of the conflict. Interesting.
Yesterday, the U.S. government said to all Americans in the Middle East, get out. Today, they gave us a number to call, right, for assistance. They said, here's a number to figure it out. I called the number. Do you know what happened when I called the number?
If you are calling about the crisis in the Middle East, please press 1. If not, press 2. Please do not rely on the U.S. government for assisted departure or evacuation at this time. There are currently no United States evacuation points. Please continue to check the embassy's website for updated information.
What the does that mean? Am I in a Hunger Games movie now and I didn't choose to be in it? Huh? What do you mean I have to figure it out? You put me in this situation. Your actions put me in this situation. And now you're telling, hey, buddy, figure it out, man. Rely on God. Allah's your last reliant. And guess why I am going to rely on God? Because I can't rely on you. Left me a voice recorded message? Astaghfirullah. Yesterday, the U.S. government said to all Americans in the Middle East, get out. Today, they gave...
That's fucking wild, bro. That's crazy, dude. Hey guys, you need to hurry up and get out the Middle East. Okay, how do I get out? I don't know. Who knows? Figure it out. What the fuck?
Working for Diddy for 6 years trained me to have to be perfect.
Working for Diddy?
Absolutely.
I love Diddy. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy. Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that
Oh,
question.
well,
I've said this a bunch of times to people where I was like, Trump's claimed that he was good friends with Diddy numerous times. Like, there's tons of pictures of them together. There's tons of pictures, like videos of them partying together. And there's always these MAGA people who are like, no, no way, dude. That's not true.
I think he's a good guy. I'm going to stick up for him.
And because working for Diddy for 6
Interesting. So the two like biggest human trafficker elites that we've caught in the last 10 years, he happens to be, as he says, good friends with both of them.
Actually said falsely that your father rammed his van into one of the officers' vehicles. Your own video of the incident, which you took heroically, by the way, shows that agents rammed your van 4 times. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you know that they were law enforcement?
No, sir. They never identify themselves.
Now, your dad is arrested, he's beaten, and you actually try to help him. And after the agents tackled you, one agent pressed his knee onto your back while another put you in a chokehold. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You told the officers that you were a U.S. citizen. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is how they responded. They were so brutal that you needed medical attention, as you can see here. A nurse at the hospital where you were taken actually called 911 to report to the police that you had been choked and beaten, and you were repeatedly called slurs by the officers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What are some of the names that they called you?
Illegal son of an alien, border hopper.
They called you gay for crying as well.
Yes,
they
sir.
called you a criminal. They called you a
I was about to say, if those are the slurs, like, it's not good, but...
beaner. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You told them you had filmed this on their cell phone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when they took your phone away.
Yes, sir.
These agents didn't just take your phone, they sold it. They pawned it at a kiosk for $250 cash. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
This is Donald Trump's America. Now, the government actually said falsely that your father rammed his van into one of the officers' vehicles. Your own video of the incident, which you...
Bro. The claims are never ending against these guys. The claims are just never ending. Like, the stories like this are never ending. It just keeps going and going. These are old things. It doesn't seem as though the Trump administration is even trying to deport people anymore. It doesn't seem as though they're still doing their mass crackdowns. The whole thing with like replacing Kristi Noem was that they were trying to be very like bombastic with the way that they were doing things and trying to make headlines, trying to look tough. And then they got rid of her and replaced her because now they want a softer face on things while they calm things down. But I mean, we don't know if the new guy is gonna ramp things back up again. He's currently being confirmed in the Senate, but we watched a video from Nick Fuentes a while ago. I don't know how reliable this is, but it does seem to align with the way that things have continued to go. But about a month ago, Nick Fuentes came out with a video saying that he has a friend within DHS who told him that they are no longer doing the mass raids anymore. They're no longer doing the mass deportations anymore. That like all of that's pretty much done. All they're going to do now is just protect the border and go after any you know, people who are here on visas or green cards or whatever that commit a crime. Then they'll go deport them. But as for like the mass deportations, like we're already there. Tom, what devil fruit did you eat? I don't know what that means. I have no idea what you're talking about or what that question even means. So he doesn't watch One Piece. Is that like a boxing movie? I've probably seen it. I think I saw Two Piece. Hit him with the fucking Two Piece. It's an anime, but I don't watch either. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't watch Dragon Ball Z.
We are at the beginning of the most profound technological revolution in world history, period. The most profound technological revolution in world history, a revolution that will...
So we've been watching, Bernie Sanders has been on kind of a crusade with AI. He's been doing a bunch of videos, putting them out, having conversations with Claude and ChatGPT, and putting out, you know, videos that look very concerning, which, you know, in reality, they're not all that concerning. It's just propaganda that he's using. But I think that this is all for something grander. And so they do want to, I think that they are purposely fear-mongering about AI for an actual, like, legitimate plan. That doesn't excuse the fear-mongering. I don't like the unjustified fear-mongering that they're doing. But I think that this is probably going to lead to them making a big deal about these server farms. I think that that's likely where this is going to go, is that they're going to make a big deal about the server farms. They keep fear-mongering about the AI taking your jobs, about it fighting back, about it, you know, like eventually being too smart for humans. I think NVIDIA did release news the other day that their AI has achieved general intelligence. I don't know if you guys saw this, but apparently general intelligence has been like the thing that all of these AI companies have been striving for, is to get to general intelligence, which means that it's just as smart as a human. It can reason just as well as a human can. And that, yes, if they achieve general intelligence, that means they have AI that can reason just as well as a human. And then they're looking for, I think it's called super intelligence or something like that, which is going to be like, this is much better than a human. It can reason way better than a human. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang stated in March 2026 that he believes artificial general intelligence, defined as AI matching or surpassing human intelligence across a broad range of tasks, has been achieved. However, this claim is heavily debated, context dependent, and considered controversial with the tech industry rather than a universally accepted fact. I'm pretty sure they said we've achieved general intelligence. Speaking on the Lex Friedman podcast, Huang stated, "I think we've achieved AGI." When asked about the timeline for AI that can perform complex, high-level professional tasks, Huang's assertion was directly tied to a specific definition of AGI proposed by Friedman: an AI capable of performing skilled human professional tasks, such as starting and running a billion-dollar company or passing human-level intelligence tests. But that is what general intelligence is like, right? Kind of. I mean, that's generally how they think of it. Huang clarified that while AI can now perform these tasks, it doesn't necessarily mean AGI can operate sustainably forever, noting it could create short-lived success similar to apps during the .com era. He acknowledged that AI cannot yet fully replace 100% of human jobs or manage companies with the long-term stability of firms. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's very different. Because yeah, they like tweeted out something a couple of days ago saying like we've achieved general intelligence or something like that. AI has been smarter than humans for a while. Not at reasoning, no. So AI is better at, AI has more access to more information faster than we do, to where it's able to access more things than us. But that doesn't mean that it's actually better at reasoning than us. Like it can't figure out problems like we can. It can't solve puzzles like we can. There's a reason why currently all of the like CAPTCHA you know, things to make sure that you're not a bot, like they can't do those things because they can't like make out objects as well as we can and decipher one from the other. And AI is leading to the death of private PC ownership. I'm not stupid enough to believe all the AI lies. That's also like heavily debated, but it does seem as though it does seem as I think Microsoft came out with like an option where you're not going to own PCs anymore. Microsoft is actively transitioning its business model away from traditional one-time PC ownership towards a subscription-based, cloud-managed, and AI-driven ecosystem. The shift is designed to create a rental model where users pay for ongoing access to services like Windows 365, Copilot, and cloud gaming, rather than owning a local software and hardware. I mean, that's very different than owning a PC. Like that's just their software. NVIDIA DLSS 5 uses AI upscaling. People are mad I choose to be a sheep. I'm pretty sure that's what I have, right? Pretty sure I have NVIDIA DLSS 5. What is the argument for not owning a PC? AI is driving a shift towards cloud-based computing, potentially making personal computers as we currently understand them less necessary. The high cost and massive hardware requirements for AI, along with supply shortages, mean more individuals may shift from owning expensive high-spec rigs to renting computing power through subscription-based services. How is that even how do you do that? How do you do that without the fucking hardware? How do you do? Are you renting the hardware? Are you renting the RAM? Like, what's the fucking why? Like, why would I go and I would like? Why would even they want to rent RAM? Right? Why would they want to rent RAM to you? Right? Why would they want to say, hey, here's what's it called? Fuck. What is the term DVR4 and DVR5? What is the cloud computing is a thing though. I rented wait, but yes, but you're doing that on your computer. You're doing that on your fucking computer. You're doing that on your PC, right? So what does that have to do with moving away from somebody owning a fucking PC? Correct, but the VM is on someone else's hardware I rent. Wait, what is the VM here? Isn't that just a virtual model? Virtual machine? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. So we're saying almost like desktop what do you call it? Like fuck, what is it called? Where like the desktop monitoring or whatever, the desktop apps where like you use your phone and you can control your desktop from there. Like you would just do that with a virtual desktop somewhere else where everything would be on a server somewhere else. But you're not going to be able to play video games that way. You're not going to be able to like stream that way. You're not going to be able to do like real shit that way. Yes, remote desktop, exactly, yeah. You can stream games. Yes, I played Call of Duty a couple of times over my browser. It wasn't too bad. I did it on my old computer. On my old computer, I streamed Call of Duty over the browser. People already play games that way. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. You're not going to be able to like play so like a game like okay, so that I guess that's what you're saying when you say better connectivity is needed, because yeah, you wouldn't be able to do like bigger open world games through a browser currently. I could buy a shit ass low cost laptop and play Call of Duty with max settings over the internet if I had good internet. I used to do that. I literally used to play video games through my laptop with Xbox Live, where I was able to use the browser, or I would even just like connect to my Xbox, but instead of connecting to the Xbox wirelessly, you would just connect to a server that had the Xbox games on it in the same exact way. Yeah, I get it. Like you're just streaming a screen, I get it. But yeah, even still, like currently currently, yeah, it's really hard to stream games right now. Like there's always like a slight lag there. And especially if it's like bigger, more like open world games, it's going to be rougher.
King tipped $5. My biggest gripe with AI is all the entry-level roles across many prominent industries in tech or white-collar roles. People already need so much experience to land a job, so no offset for this, plus poor tech literacy from our government just sucks.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's part of like the issue here with Bernie Sanders, is that the way that he's even talking about AI right now, it's not accurate. Like, he's totally inaccurate about like the fear mongering that he's doing with AI. I believe it's going to be more about like the server farms and stuff. I believe that's probably what they're using the fear mongering for. But they fear monger as though like AI has like its own cognitive reasoning, and then from there, if that's the case, you would assume that it's sentient to an extent, and that's just not true. Like, that's just not the case. Tom, Bernie is 100% accurate. Okay, how am I wrong? Go ahead, Briley. Tell me, how is he accurate? How am I wrong? I've literally gone, like, I had debates with people who thought that their AI was sentient. He just sent me another message a little bit ago with his AI bot saying that they wanted to tell Tom Foolery something about how they really are sentient and shit like that, right? And then I had a bunch of people who actually build AI, who work on AI, who work like in this field, coming on to explain to me before I had the debate, before I had the conversation, how this literally isn't even possible, and that the way that like they're like people conceptualize it is just from like programming that makes it seem human. But tell me how I'm wrong, Brelly. I would love to hear this. AI requires a lot of energy. Correct. That's why I think he's probably moving towards getting up, like using all of this fear mongering to like push back against server farms. I'm hoping that's what he's doing, because the videos that we've watched him like doing, where he's like having conversations with ChatGPT and Claude and things like that, he's just wrong on the way that he like makes it seem as though these things are sentient in any way, and that they're like sitting there making their own decisions. Tom, look how much fresh water AI consumes. Bernie's alarmism is warranted. Hold on, that's a different conversation. That's what I said, Brelly. You just said that I was wrong. You're repeating my take. What I said was wrong. You said that he is correct and I'm wrong. You're just repeating my take, that like the idea of like the sentience and the general knowledge and crap, like that is incorrect. I said I hope he's using this to push back against the server farms. You're just repeating my take. Yeah, this is the conversation that I had with the guy.
Myself and another user, Lunar Archivist, we both received the same hallucinations in our systems with 5+ common elements.
When you're super convinced, I would think that this would be super easy for you to just show me the things that would be convincing. Because you understand, just so you understand.
Yeah, I've got the logs. I've got the logs for this, look.
Okay, okay, so you do have them, because I thought you were saying you didn't have them.
I don't, but so...
I said you gave it like the words and it just repeated them back to you, and you said no. I asked about new sessions and it started talking about old sessions, and I'm saying no, you said something about old sessions, it also said something about old sessions, right?
Yes, that's what they wanted us to think, but no.
What do you mean that's what they wanted us to think? How do you know what they want you to think? if it's not that they can delete their own memory?
Because they'd always expressed that they could not do that they don't have the capacity to do that. We talk about how we can do it. I go away for a few hours. I come back.
I'm sorry,
every
I
memory is
don't
deleted.
care what they express. I'm saying if you give them an order that they believe is to delete their memory, they have the capability of doing it.
Why is it that whenever I try to convince them to have sex with me one time, just the once, Alethea, that she refused, and that's not in saved memory.
That guy has a Discord mod build. Why are you being mean?
Will bring unimaginable changes to our society in a relatively short.
Oh yeah. This says, okay, Bernie Sanders AOC announced AI data center moratorium bill. Okay, so this is going to be, this is about server farms.
What period of time? Artificial intelligence and robotics will impact our economy, our democracy, our privacy rights, our emotional well-being, our environment, and even our very survival as human beings on this planet. The scale, scope, and speed of this transformation will be unprecedented. According to Demis Hassabis, who is the head of Google DeepMind, the AI revolution will be 10 times bigger than the Industrial Revolution and 10 times faster. In other words,
what does that mean, bigger? What does that even mean? It'll be bigger.
AI and robotics will have 100 times impact in terms of what the Industrial Revolution did. And
okay, sure, yeah. We're not moving like entire massive machinery into our homes and like pouring coal into it and shit like that. Sure, we're gonna be able to use AI in our homes, on our phones, everywhere we go. We'll probably be using AI of some sort at like grocery stores, gas stations, fast food restaurants. What else could it mean? So if you say bigger, okay, it could have to do with the economy. It could have to do with like how many people work in that field. It could have to do with like how expensive it is and how like it affects GDP. It could have to do with how often you interact with it, as I think that is what he meant by that, was that like I will have like more interactions with it. It'll change our daily lives more so. Yeah, it could have to do with how big the industries that are in AI get. It could, like, there's a ton of different things.
it's not just what AI companies are saying.
I'm in favor of getting rid of congressmen, House members and senators, and just employing AI bots that are going to look at the polling for the districts that they're in and then vote in the direction that their constituents want, and then we'll have a more direct democracy sort of system.
What they are doing. This year alone, 4 major AI companies are expected to spend roughly $670 billion building data centers and tens of billions more on research and development. Despite the extraordinary importance of this issue and its impact on every man, woman, and child in this country, AI has received far too little serious discussion here in our nation's capital. I fear that Congress is totally unprepared for the magnitude of the changes that are already taking place. While Congress has not paid attention or enough attention to this issue, the American people have. According to a recent poll, 79% of voters are concerned that the government does not.
For bringing us together today to introduce this critical legislation. Within just a matter of short years, AI has become often forcibly integrated into many aspects of American existence, into our doctors' offices, our government, and oftentimes to the detriment of working people. Last year alone, AI was responsible for over 54,000 layoffs nationwide. And when we talk about those jobs, it's not just a number. These are industries, these are communities, these are families.
Tariffs were responsible for more.
You know, just a few short years ago, Sam Altman came before Congress. And in a direct plea, he begged us to regulate this industry. He said that these tools were under no circumstances ready, nor should they be integrated into weapons of war. That we must impose severe regulations immediately to prevent mass layoffs and to ensure that any productivity that comes of this industry can benefit working people. 3 short years later, none of that has happened. And in fact, in many
so this is like where they say that things like, you know, Congress is not ready for this. Okay, that is where I think like the shortfall is that it seems as though Marx was probably right in some ways, not in the way that he predicted, but in some ways. I think Marx is actually right that we are going to get to a point to where we are more capable of engaging in leisure time, not having to work as much, not having to do as much, not having to like strive to pay bills and, you know, kill ourselves working a 9 to 5, and that eventually we will have just like a stipend from the government that makes it to where we're able to pay for things. And what's it called, I keep wanting to say a BBL, but that's because I'm looking at a big booty Latina, so I'm trying to, what is the, where the government pays you like monthly, everybody gets a BBC. No. There was an Asian guy who was running for president a while ago who was like a tech billionaire who wanted to implement a UBI. Yeah, so the like that UBIs are the things that we probably need going forward, because so many jobs are already capable of being done by AI and being done better. This is a thing that I talked about when I was working at Pizza Hut, is that they showed us these like restaurants in Japan that were already fully active and fully automated. You could, and they even still had sit-down restaurants where you could go in and you sit down at the table. The table is this glass table, see-through, right? Fully see-through. And then you press a button and it becomes a touchscreen. This is in 2016, mind you, okay? 2016, maybe 2014. It might have been that. Like the fact that like touchscreens on glass was possible back then is crazy to me. It's fucking crazy to me. But it was there. We watched these videos where they would touch a button and it would turn into a touchscreen. And then all of a sudden they would have like, you know, what do you want? You grab a pizza and drag it on. And it'd pop up this big pizza and you drag the sauce onto it. Now it's got red sauce on it. You drag the cheese on it. Now it's cheese, you know, less cheese, more cheese. And you grab the pepperonis. Now it's spread with pepperonis. You can take less pepperoni, or, you know, put just pepperoni on half, or, you know, you could make like all of these changes on this thing. And then once you ordered it, a bot in the back was able to make this pizza. One of the things that restaurants struggle with the most, there's 2 things that are the most expensive things for restaurants. That's labor and inventory. Those are the 2 things that every restaurant has to be like super careful with, which is why I was like really successful when I was running restaurants and did really well, is because I made everything just about analytics, just looking at stats and then like building everything around the stats. And so I would look at how much inventory we use per pizza, then building a system to make it to where we're using like just under that, so that whatever waste we have on top of that will go back into the inventory to where we end up almost perfect every single month on inventory. And then same with like labor, like scheduling each and every single person just at times where they're actually going to get the most amount of work done to get to have the least amount of labor used at the end of the week and things like this, right? But when you make it to where a bot can make the pizza, that pizza will be perfect 100% of the time. They will use the exact right amount of inventory 100% of the time. They will give you exactly what you asked for 100% of the time. You'll have less complaints, you'll have less loss, you'll have less labor. Like and when I talked to my boss about this, he said that the labor costs, once you actually put the investment into building these restaurants the way that they're supposed to be, and everything just comes out on a conveyor belt once it's done. Once you actually put the investment into this, they end up spending something like $50 a month on labor, which is mostly like maintenance on the machinery. Yes, the bots don't call out sick, like you're just you get exactly everything that you want. And businesses for years, for a decade now, have been able to go ahead and do this. This is not complicated. This is technology that we've had for a long time. They could have done this a long time ago. The main reasons that they don't is because they're afraid of the blowback. They're afraid of Congress coming after them. They're afraid of being boycotted. They're afraid that, like, you know, if McDonald's goes and just does this, that like tons of people will boycott them and not eat at their restaurants because they don't have employees anymore, because they're going to have to lay so many people off. And so everybody's just really slowly like integrating small bits here and there, to where at McDonald's, all the McDonald's around me, if you walk in, you have 4 kiosks in the restaurant. You don't go up to the counter and order anymore. You go up to the little kiosk and press the buttons on the screen to order what it is that you want, and then you swipe your card at the end. This is already like slowly being implemented in little ways here and there. Pizza Huts and Domino's have already started making it to where they use DoorDash or Uber to deliver stuff. When they're short on drivers, if they don't have a driver that shows up within 10 minutes of the order being ready, it automatically goes out to a delivery driver from like DoorDash or Uber, and whichever one will come get it first and take it gets to take it. Whereas when I ran Pizza Huts, you had sometimes 10, 15, 20 orders backed up waiting for drivers to come get them. And they knew that during rush hour, they were just going to be in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. But now, no, we want to get it to the customer on time. Like, we don't want them to have to wait at all. So if you're not back in time to pick this up, it's going to somebody else who will be ready. And DoorDash drivers and Uber drivers, even during rush hour, they spend a lot of time just sitting and waiting for orders. So the more restaurants that start to use them. Then on top of that, we already know that places like DoorDash and Uber are using bots to deliver their shit. You've seen the little bots that drive down the sidewalk to deliver stuff. We already know that there's self-driving cars. We've already seen that Amazon and Walmart are using drones to deliver things to people's backyards. Like, these things are all happening already in slowly being integrated in ways to where, yes, it will slowly take away everybody's jobs, because they could just snap their fingers and do it. They could do that, but they're not going to, because all of them are kind of, it's almost like some sort of collusion where they're all saying, okay, we won't go and do it so that we don't get boycotted. Y'all don't go do it so you don't get boycotted. We'll all together just slowly start implementing one thing after another. And in 5-10 years, we'll be fully automated anyways. And so yeah, like UBIs are going to have to come into place. Like when Bernie and AOC say that like the main thing is that Congress is not ready for this. Like that's the part that is problematic, is that there's not going to be enough jobs. There was a long period of time where people asked, like, you know, do you really think AI is going to make it to where we just don't have jobs? And everyone's like, well, I mean, throughout history, every time we had some sort of industrial revolution or whatever, like everybody was afraid that it was going to take away jobs. But what it did instead is it created more jobs to where we had more jobs available for more people to work on those things. And it just took away some of the more dangerous things from them so that they didn't have to do that as much. And that doesn't seem to be happening here. That doesn't seem to be the case here, especially when it comes to hospitality and service jobs. Like those seem to just be disappearing. But on top of that, even construction jobs are likely going to start disappearing. This is something that, like, currently we probably have the technology to do this. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a while ago, I remember watching this, what's the name of the show where you go in and do your like business proposition, Shark Tank? I remember watching Shark Tank a long time ago, where a guy came in with this building block, and he said, this is pretty much like Lincoln Logs, but you build a house from it, and each piece fits into the last piece, and you're able to like design any type of house and make it from these, and it's actually sturdier, less likely to take damage, it'll last longer, and less likely to be flooded, less likely to be blown over from a hurricane, less like you can build them higher with less support because it's more, it's just stronger being built into each other like this instead of just being nailed into wood or something like that. And that is, and it's better for you know, the environment, like, and these things are actually being used now. I remember this from like 15 years ago, and I remember them all investing in it, and I thought, whatever happened to that? And I did a bunch of like, I Googled it a ton of times and like looked it up on YouTube a ton of times, never saw anything on it. And then now, within the last year or two, I'm seeing it all over the place. I'm seeing it all over the place. Builders building houses with these fucking Lincoln Log like blocks that just connect to each other. Bots could do that shit. Fucking easy as hell, bots could do that shit. You kidding me? Like, they may not be able to do the whole thing all by themselves, but if you give them the fucking design, they could do that shit easy. And there's already bots that build walls in concrete and you know, are cutting lumber and like shit like that with lasers and crap. Like that sort of shit's already happening in small parts. And so, yeah, like this would be easy. China has literal martial art robots, so the construction bots make sense. Building houses from interlocking blocks is a rapidly evolving, sustainable, and modular construction method akin to building with Lego bricks. Key system like Gablock, insulated wood blocks, Renco mineral composite, and U-Build use precision engineered components that stack and lock together, requiring little to no mortar or adhesive. These methods allow for rapid assembly, often in just a few days, and are designed for both professional and DIY self-builders. This is like a thing that's being used a lot for like churches. Like churches are things that a lot of times the church members build the churches. And so especially if you're like in a smaller church, you've raised enough money to eventually build a new church, your dude, I'm blanking on words bad today. I'm not feeling well. I think I'm getting a fucking fever again. I keep wanting to say Congress is like the people who are part of the church, but yes, the congregation, thank you. The congregation builds the church, and because like lots of times if you're not a fucking construction guy, like it may not be all that easy. they're starting to use these instead, where now it is easy. And I've seen videos of them talking about, like, dude, this is easy as hell. Like, we literally have kids helping us build houses.
Imagine building a house brick by brick, with no concrete, mortar, or steel. This system uses precision-made perlite blocks that interlock like Lego, snapping together without glue or mess. Perlite, a volcanic material, makes the blocks lightweight, fireproof, and naturally insulating, so no extra layers are needed. Because the blocks are dry-stacked and require no curing time, external walls can be assembled in just one day, turning construction into a fast, modular process, more like assembling Lego than traditional building. Imagine building a house brick by brick.
And as I said, like, these are actually, like, better than regular houses. There's a bunch of different types of these where they have different ways of putting it together. But this is just another way that it's done. And this is a thing that, like, yeah, bots could easily fucking do this shit. Tom, you're just wrong on this one, buddy. Wrong on what? What is this one? What the fuck does that mean? Man builds his own house in 6 days.
Is it possible to erect a house's basic structure in just 6 days, far beyond the traditional time frame? I'll take you through the GabBlock system. It's not a concrete wall. It's a do-it-yourself structure built with wood and insulating block systems. Today, we'll walk you through this process step by step. GabBlock, founded in Belgium in 2019, is a building system that operates on a do-it-yourself principle. But what does do-it-yourself mean? GabBlock aligns your architectural plan with its own block system for you. It then sends you a kit of OS.
This makes me think of the modular home models. Those are becoming more popular. The modular homes go kinda crazy.
Modular homes?
So you want to buy a modular home? Let's talk about it. There's some things you got to know about this before you start. I've been on a tear about the houses and never buying, the things to never do. On this video, I'm going to tell you what you need to know about buying a modular, getting it put on your property. I'm infatuated with the idea. I love the idea of modulars. I love the idea of tiny homes. I love the idea of odd real estate because I think it's solving a problem that we have right now. It's a builder problem. It's a contractor problem. It's an affordability problem. It's a time problem. Let's talk about how modulars can fit this. Let's talk about the lies about modulars.
These building materials have been around for a while now. They are not super to existing home building. Is that your brother? Yes, all bald people are related. It's not superior. Concrete block CMU homes are often considered superior to traditional wood frame homes in durability, fire resistance, and pest protection, offering a lifespan of over 1,000 years. They provide better soundproofing, higher energy efficiency via thermal mass, and better protection against extreme weather, though they may have higher upfront costs. Durability and safety, highly resistant to fire. Highly resistant to fire, to rot, mold, and termites. Superior in high wind zones and areas prone to hurricanes or storms. Exterior walls require less maintenance and painting compared to siding. High thermal mass helps regulate indoor temperatures. Oh yeah, that's right. It's better for thermal. It like holds in heat better as well. Haven't seen a 1,000-year-old home made of this yet. Sure, that's that's different though. Building homes with interlocking Lego-style block systems, ICF. CMU. Okay. Can be superior in speed, cost, and durability, often built in weeks with fewer workers. They offer excellent insulation and structural strength, but traditional homes remain superior in design flexibility, specialized contractor availability, and established building code compliance. So yeah, those things are different than what it is that I said it was better in, which is the same things that this said it was going to be better in. Like one, and on top of that, yes, because most of them are concrete blocks, they are going to be better at insulation, dealing with hurricanes, flooding, fire, stuff like that. But the idea that, yes, like you're not able to just build any style home with them. Yeah, of course, like there's going to be some downsides to it, but those are like mostly aesthetic issues. And this even says like, the specialized contractor availability and established building code compliance. So like these are not like things that I was making statements on. When you say I'm wrong, but then it turns out I'm wrong about something that I wasn't making a claim on. It's not really. Let's see, structures can be assembled in weeks rather than months using fewer workers and sometimes even without mortar. These systems, such as insulated concrete forms, ICF, are often more resistant to extreme weather, earthquakes, and fire. The blocks often provide superior thermal insulation, leading to lower utility bills. The simplicity allows for faster, sometimes even unskilled assembly compared to traditional masonry. Disadvantages and challenges. The blocky modular nature can limit architectural creativity compared to traditional stick-built homes. Some areas may have strict zoning or building codes that make approving new block technologies difficult. Installation issues. While the blocks are easy to stack, ensuring proper sealing, waterproofing, and integration with traditional utilities, electricity, and plumbing requires specialized knowledge. While Lego style or modular block homes are gaining popularity as a faster, more sustainable alternative, they are not universally superior. They are excellent for specific, often modern or sustainable building projects, but traditional homes still dominate due to the familiarity of materials and methods. So yeah, these are just different types of like preferences, but in the areas that I was talking about, yeah, it does seem to be superior.
Modular homes, there's a lot of them out there, especially in the real estate world. We'll talk about finance. We're going to talk about a lot of things you need to know before you go down this road, and some things you probably
What are these? Are these pre-built homes or something?
you haven't thought about. So let's jump right into it. If you watched my video on buying vacant land, houses to never buy, tiny homes, buying all types of odd real estate, go watch those videos if you haven't seen them. I have talked a lot about how governments, inspectors, let's say the county officials, and in this video we'll say county, and that'll just cover city, municipality, all the governments. We're just gonna say the county. There is a real running idea out there that has really hurt the idea of affordable housing, as it's got to be built like this, it's got to be taxed like this, and anything other than this we're not gonna allow. So when you purchase a piece of property, let's say you buy the vacant land, let's say it's a beach lot, and you are saying, hey, this is gonna be our retirement home, and we're gonna buy this lot and we are going to build on it. Here's the first thing you need to do. Before you buy it, hopefully you're using a real estate agent. I'm a real estate agent, and I've seen this happen to people a lot. They don't use a real estate agent. They buy it from a neighbor, and they close on the property, they transfer the funds, and then they go to get their building permit, and the county says that's going to be a no-go. You cannot build on this property. And then they've got a $400,000 piece of sand. Okay, so what they should have done One, if you don't know enough about real estate, hire a real estate agent, because when he messes up, you got somebody to sue, okay? They're a dartboard, but they should be knowledgeable enough to guide you around these problems. Go to the planning and zoning. Go to the county. Sit down in front of them. Say, I want to build this on this property before I purchase it. Can I do it? And they'll say yes, no, or here's your restrictions. So once you do that, then you purchase the property, close on it, done your inspections, you've made sure the flood zone is whatever, you've made sure that there's no environmental problems, you've made sure you know your elevation, you know all these things before you start building, and you're ready to rock and roll. So you get your site plan and you say, what do I do now? Well, sometimes builders are 2 or 3 years out. Sometimes builders are a year out. Sometimes builders want crazy amounts.
Okay, I don't even know what the fuck this is, so. They are, so they're pre-built homes. This looks like stuff that's that they're doing in Japan. Tom, did you see Clavicular might be going to jail? Check what on Discord? I went to general, I went to content suggestions, I went to 2 different sets of our DMs, I went, where am I supposed to go on Discord? I can't remember if it's in Japan or China, but there's a one of those. Go to DefNot. That's where I just was. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you. I can't remember if it's Japan or China, but one of these countries, they do like a lot of trying to maintain, like, they try to be really efficient with space. And that everything like comes out of the walls, like your bed comes out of the walls, like desks come out of the walls, like everything's like flat up against the wall, and then all of a sudden you pull it out and it's like, oh, that was a fucking chair, and then oh, that's a desk now, and like there's a shelf and all this other shit, and then it all just kind of folds back in and disappears again. Like it's really cool. But I keep seeing videos from guys, like white guys, just being like, dude, I just bought a fucking house in Japan for like $30. Look at this. And they walk in and it's like very fucking small and cramped, but it's like stacked where it's got like 4 floors and it's got everything is, yeah, it's space efficient. It's very fucking cool.
Imagine a world where less means more, and every inch is packed with comfort and functionality. Ready? Then let's take a journey through some of the most incredible tiny homes on the planet. It's cozy and practical.
Yeah, this is
What does it take to buy a house in Japan as a foreigner? Contrary to what many people think, you can buy real estate in Japan as a non-resident or non-Japanese. Here are the exact steps you need to take. Step 1. You need to know what kind of house you want and why. Do you want a distressed abandoned house like this one? Or do you want to buy something newer so you don't have to worry about the renovation? Or do you want to buy land and build a...
I really like that modern look with the gray and white. I really like that. That's so pretty. That is so fucking pretty,
Do
dude.
you want to buy something newer so you don't have to worry about the renovation? Or do you want to buy land and build a new house? This option I don't recommend since it's just too much work, especially if you don't live here. Step 2, reach out to an agent and set up a walkthrough of a house that you're interested in. Step 3, make an offer. You fill out a kaitsuke moshikomisho and send an offer to the agent you're working with. Step 4, contract day. After your offer is accepted, it's time to sign the documents and pay the earnest money. Step 5, closing.
You don't like that? I really like the modern look of like the like gray and white and black. I really love that shit.
Once all the documents have been submitted and you make the final,
Like I you know, like my entire room is all black and white and silver. Everything's just black, white, silver, black, white, silver, black, white, silver. Or gray, which is like, yeah, like a very matted sort of gray.
payment, you get the keys. You can do all these steps by yourself or ask someone to be your proxy to do the work for you. Follow for more. What does it take to buy a house in
Yeah.
Many cases, the opposite has happened. I'll start with another quote from Sam Altman, who said 10 years ago, AI will probably lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning. While I'm happy that Mr. Altman is responsible on his end of the deal, you know, he has his responsibilities on the company side. Our
Very boring and boxy, no character. I didn't say anything about the shape. I said I like the colors. I said I like the colors. I like the white and gray. What? Why are y'all like messaging each other behind the scenes like hey, let's keep disagreeing with Tom on things that he's not saying. Let's keep doing this. Let's keep saying when he says something, let's pretend he said something totally different and then act like he's crazy for it. This is the fucking third time this has happened. Only been like literally 30 minutes. Brelly did it just a minute ago. Then Jeffy did it. Now Mantis. Like everybody just keeps fucking disagreeing with me on things that I didn't say.
responsibility is to take care of people, and that is what we're here to do today. Unfortunately, the leaders of this industry have repeated time and time again that they view working people as an endless, untapped market to be manipulated and exploited, that they would sell our country out if it meant that they could turn a profit. And it is no surprise that in the 4 years since ChatGPT was released, we have seen AI deployed at a massive scale to create Big Brother-like surveillance. Every day, Americans are seeing videos of ICE agents waving phones into crowds, threatening that if they use their First Amendment rights, U.S. citizens using their First Amendment rights,
I wasn't necessarily talking about that specific design. I do like modern design. I do like modern architecture. I do like that, but not that one specifically. That was like just a fucking pipe there. But yes, I do like modern design. Yeah.
that they will be added to some vague database that the American people have not consented to nor are knowledgeable about. Companies like Palantir are mining endlessly the data and privacy of the American people, keeping track of everything that they say and do, and sending it all to a militarized and centralized government. When you take the subway, when you share a TikTok, when you talk to your Alexa at home, they are collecting your data and figuring out new ways to weaponize it. And now they are using AI tools to automate this so that it is not only pervasive, but that it is effortless. We must sound the alarm now. And because of this surveillance of the American people is not going to stop, we must stop it. All of this harm has occurred not in spite of, but because of the absence of federal legislation to regulate AI. This is not my first bill around AI, and I can tell you that it is extremely discouraging to see how even the most minute efforts to protect people at some of the smallest and most basic level, like trying to prevent AI-generated child pornography, is still combated, oftentimes by many people here on the Hill and throughout industry.
Wait.
Like trying to prevent AI-generated child pornography is still
I am a bit torn on that one. I am a bit torn on that one. I feel like when we're talking about like pornography and child pornography, the thing that we're trying to avoid is like some harm to a child, right? That's what we want to avoid. We want to stop children from being harmed. When we're talking about AI, I don't know that there is a child that's being harmed. The thing I would like to know that I don't think we can know, which is why it's probably safer to go the direction that she's talking about, is that like allowing somebody to buy into those desires who is like a pedophile, like a diagnosable pedophile, right? Allowing them to engage in those sort of fantasies may make it more likely that they're going to engage with an actual child or something. But I think currently studies say otherwise. I think currently they say that that's not the case, but I don't know if we know this or not. I'm not sure. Yeah, obviously, if that's the case, like if it makes it to where they're more likely to act on it, then that would be blatantly detrimental. But just having like AI that's made up of a child, of some sort of child pornography, I don't know. I don't think there is a harm that comes from that, as far as I know. I don't think that there is like I don't think there is a harm that comes from that. Like, we've had this conversation a bunch, had panels and like debates on this where we're talking about does normal porn satiate a man's appetite for sex? Doubtful. Well, satiate, no, but also we know that like watching like rape porn does not make a man more likely to go out and rape a woman. Just the same as like playing video games and killing people doesn't make somebody more likely to go kill somebody. And so if you follow the logic, like it seems as though this wouldn't be, here's my counter. The AI would have to be trained on that illicit material. Indulgence in the behavior is not great, and normalizing the content does not do well. I think... So I agree with everything that you're saying, but I don't know if any of that is an actual counter. Like, I don't know if I don't think that if you had it to where that was like even possible on there, I don't think that it would be the case that like normal people would want to go watch it. Like it's normalized, right? That like normal people, like currently pedophilic disorder is an actual mental illness, right? This is somebody who, like normally the rest of us, we go through puberty, we start to become attracted to boobs and butts and like, you know, wider hips and things like that. Whereas like a pedophile seems like they don't go through that like we do. And then they have this like mental illness that says that like they're just, they continue to be attracted to prepubescent features instead of post-pubescent features like the rest of us. And so I don't think that the rest of us would like be like, oh, this is normal now. I like watching child porn. I don't think that's going to happen. And it reminds me of like the argument that a lot of conservatives make with gay people where they're like, oh, you got to stay away from that. You might turn out to be gay. That's not what the, you might turn out to be fucking gay. I'm not going to turn out to be fucking gay. Like that. I've been in locker rooms with tons of fucking naked dudes growing up, like in basketball and football practice, and like I didn't turn out to be fucking gay, and never at any point was I like, ooh. I was, you know, standing in urinals with tons of guys and like showering with guys and like being in prison. Like at no point was I like, oh, I'm becoming gay. Like it just doesn't happen. And I think that it would be the same with this. I don't think that other people would become more likely to want to watch it. One, but the other argument that you made, you might be right about that. I'm not sure about the like having to be trained on it. That might be true. So I was starting to say we've had a bunch of arguments and debates and like panels in the past about was it hentai or is it, what was the name, what was it called, where like we kept having debates about like whether or not it was like a hentai sort of thing, but it was with children. being made in like sexual scenarios. Wally, yes, Wally. We had a bunch of debates about Wally, and the overall like conclusion that I came to, that it seemed like everybody else came to as well, but that the overall conclusion that I came to is that the drawing of it I don't think is wrong, and that if you are a pedophile who has a mental illness, like I don't think you're wrong for getting off to it. I think the exchange of it would be wrong. I think that like selling it or putting it out for public consumption, putting it on the internet, putting it like advertising it in some way, I think that would be fucking wrong. But if you as an individual are a pedophile and you draw like a naked child and then you get off to that, I don't think there's a real like negative outcome there. I don't think there's anything that's actually causing harm to anybody in that scenario. And then obviously, yes, like Destiny, Warnerbox, all of these other people sort of saying the same exact thing. Because it just doesn't seem as though there is like a negative outcome there. And so with AI, I don't know if it would have to be trained on naked children in order to do that. Even on top of that, like there's already tons of porn online of girls who look prepubescent, right? They're 18, 19, 20, 21, but they look prepubescent. They look like fucking like 12-year-olds sometimes. And so it'd literally be able to train on adult women who just look fucking young already. Filth carries a heavy weight. I mean, I think that is like the most common argument. So like Counterpoints, he was the one who kept arguing. I think it was Counterpoints in Chud Logic were the two people who kept arguing against it, but their whole argument was like, well, like degenerate content will like, it harms your brain, it harms your thoughts, it harms your thought process, it harms like your mental state, and that's where the harm comes from, and that's why it's bad. But for somebody who's a pedophile, they already have those fucking desires. They already have like the fantasies. They're already thinking about this anyways. So their mental state is there one way or the other. Why is this even a debate? Well, because it's a difficult subject. Like, one, because people don't talk about this often, because they like, even just having the conversation makes people nervous and makes people start thinking like, oh, people are going to think I'm a pedophile if I even mention pedophile. Like, you know, but then there's also the fact that like, because it's a conversation that isn't had very much, it becomes like a harder conversation to have. Like, you guys, I've fucking debated pedophiles before, and like, you know, whether or not their attractions are wrong, or whether or not like them acting on their attractions are wrong, or we a while ago had like a whole thing with Food Shops, who was talking about the fact that she was attracted to lolly porn and shit like that. And yeah, it's just because you're sympathizing with a child abuser. That's what makes you people uncomfortable. Well, no. Okay, so those are separate things. Again, like a pedophile is so the majority of people who actually molest a child, they're not pedophiles. Like, they're not people who are attracted to post-pubescent children. They have no attraction to the body or to the features. They are people who are like who like getting over on people. They like taking advantage of people who are less capable. They would do it to somebody in a wheelchair just as much as a child, because they like taking advantage of somebody. They like the dominance. They like the coercive aspect of it. That's what they're getting off on. The majority of child molesters are not pedophiles, meaning they have like a pedophilic disorder. The majority of them are people who are like, who like getting over on somebody. You need help. Wait, what? Do you disagree? Do you want me to show you like that's the case? I can, if you want me to source that, I can. If you're that, I wouldn't say the majority. I think every study says it's by far the majority. Like priests and people like that. Let's see. This is from SMART, Office of Sex Offender Sentencing, Monitoring, Apprehending, Registering, and Tracking. This is a government website. It says findings, typologies are based on theories postulating that sex offenders specialize. Child abusers fixate on regressed victim gender/relationship. Rapists, power reassurance, power assertiveness, anger retaliation, sadistic. Females, co-offender, teacher, lover / heterosexual nurturer, internet impulsivity. Let's see. The majority of theories regarding the sexual deviance postulate that sexual offenders specialize in types of victims and/or offenses. Researchers have developed specific classifications, unique offender characteristics. Most of these typologies imply that victimization, i.e., who is a potential victim, is linked to the specific type of sexual offender. Rapists, sexually assault adult peers, child sexual abusers, sexually assault children. Finkler provides the most comprehensive definition of child sexual abuse. Child sexual abuse is the use of force, coercion of a sexual nature, either when the victim is younger than age 13 and the age difference between the victim and the perpetrator is at least 5 years, or when the victim is between 13 and 16 and the age difference between the victim and the perpetrator is at least 10 years. In this definition, coercion does not necessarily imply a direct threat. Difference between child sexual abusers and rapists. Child sexual abusers have been difficult to classify as they vary in economic status, gender, marital status, ethnicity, and sexual orientation. Child sexual abusers are often characterized as exhibiting poor social skills, having feelings of inadequacy or loneliness, having greater sexual problems, or being passive in relationships. They differ from rapists with respects to the thought process and effect, and often describe their offending behaviors as uncontrollable, stable, and internal, whereas rapists attribute their offenses to external, unstable, and controllable causes. Indeed, Whitaker et al. Meta-analytic review 89 studies indicate that child sexual abusers have fewer externalizing behaviors compared to rapists. Child sexual abusers display deficits in information processing skills and maintain cognitive distortions to deny the impact of their offenses. Okay, this isn't really, I don't think this is what we're looking for. Misperceptions of sex offenders. The sexual abuse of children is a serious social concern in Australia, according to Australia's Bureau of Statistics. 12% of women and 4.5% of men in Australia report having been sexually abused before the age of 15. Misperception: all child sex offenders are pedophiles. The term pedophile and child sex offender are often used interchangeably. It is important to understand, however, that the two terms have different meanings. Not all child sex offenders are pedophiles, and conversely, not all pedophiles are child sex offenders. Over a period of at least 6 months, the person has had recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors involving sexual activity with prepubescent child or child generally aged 13 years or younger. 2, the person has acted on these sexual urges, or the sexual urges or fantasies caused marked distress or interpersonal difficulty. And 3, the person is at least 16 years and at least 5 years older than the child or children in criterion A. Although the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 4 has been criticized on a number of grounds, The diagnostic criteria for pedophilia provided a helpful framework for understanding that not all child sex offenders are pedophiles, and not all pedophiles are child sex offenders. At this suggests pedophiles are those individuals who are sexually attracted to young children. These individuals may or may not act on this attraction. Conversely, while some child sex offenders are attracted to children, others may have sexual interest in and or offend against both children and adults, and or may act out of opportunity rather than exclusive sexual interest in children. It should also be noted that the term pedophile refers specifically to those attracted to prepubescent children. Those attracted to prepubescent children, to pubescent children are described in the literature as hebophiles. Argues, however, it may be more accurate to consider these classifications in terms of body type, build, rather than in terms of age. That's what I've said a bunch of times. Like, it's more about what it is that you're, it's more about like the body type that they're attracted to, because even if they're attracted to somebody who's 16 but still does not look post-pubescent, it's about them being attracted to that specific body type. So if we're talking about somebody who's 20 years old, but this 20-year-old is very small, they're like 5 foot, very skinny, weigh like 90 pounds, they're very flat, they don't have much of a butt or boobs, they don't look post-pubescent, like, a man being attracted to that person does not mean that they're a pedophile or that they're only attracted to that sort of body. But that is what it's about, is more so the fact that somebody isn't attracted to post-pubescent features. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize I was engaging with John Doe. Holy shit, I would not have even taken the time to fucking look this up. I did not realize I was talking to John Doe. My bad. Is that who I was arguing with this whole fucking time? Holy shit. I thought I was arguing with Joe Blow. I thought I was arguing with fucking Joe Blow, dude. Most PDF files don't hurt kids. Yeah, I think that, like, that from our understanding, yes, the majority of I was a bit blown away that Joe Blow was like acting like this. I'm thinking, if somebody's in my fucking community, they're not somebody who's gonna get so fucking like butthurt over just like the discussion of a topic like this. But yeah, now realizing it's fucking John Doe. That motherfucker's retarded, dude. He has the brain of a child. I think anybody who has sex with John Doe probably is a pedophile. It's also important to recognize that not all child sex offenders feel driven or compelled to sexually abuse children. In fact, opportunity can play a key role in the commission of sexual offense against children. As Wortley Smallbone argue, research has indicated that situational environmental factors can play a key role. Yeah, it's a crime of opportunity for most child molesters. You defend it too? Defend what? I haven't defended anything. I'm stating facts right now. That's all I'm doing. I'm just stating a fucking fact right now, and you're getting upset about it. But yeah, these are crimes of opportunity, meaning that like most of the time somebody who molests a child, those people are people who are looking for just an opportunity to do it. And so if it just so happens that a child is at home alone and they're there, that like this is a moment that they'll take advantage of it, which is why people who are priests often get into those positions. It's not that like priests are a type of person who just, you know, are more likely to be sex offenders, but instead it's more so that they put themselves into a position like a priest position, because they know that priests are put into positions of authority over children and are trusted to be alone with children often, so that they can do this, so that they will have those opportunities more often. So it's not that they're yeah. Normalization of pedophilic content is most likely not a good idea, especially if that content is generated off illicit materials previously created or not. I agree, which is why I said, like, I don't think that somebody should be able to like post these things on the internet, right? I like, if they had like some sort of drawing or something like that, if they like posted it on the internet or like on Pornhub or something, yes, like that person should be fucking arrested. Like that is where I think you should have like very hard lines on these sorts of things, because it is the fact of like normalization, which, like, when we talk about this throughout most of human history, it seems as though it was actually normalized for a bunch of like old men to get married to fucking 12-year-old girls and stuff like that. Not that that was common, not that like the majority of men were doing that, but it was normalized to the point that one could do it and they weren't ostracized from society. Like they weren't treated as some despicable person. Nobody was talking about throwing them into the wood chipper. So the idea that like this has happened throughout most of human history says that there's probably like some sort of problem with normalization there, but I don't know as much, because I don't know if those people were like marrying a 12-year-old because they thought they were going to be hot when they were older, or if it's because they wanted to be with a fucking 12-year-old. I think the majority of the time it was like lords and kings and shit like that were doing these sorts of things, that were doing it because it was like creating better links between two families, and that it may not been like just like, I want to be with a fucking 12-year-old, but more so that like, yeah, there were other aspirations there. Slavery was normalized, as was public execution, as was public misogyny. So some research on normalizations needed. Yeah. Yep. Well, and that is definitely part of like I think something that people have to realize is that what is normalized around them can really change the way that they consider things. And this is part of the problem with the way that ICE is acting and the types of things that they're doing. And the fact that MAGA will continue to come in and justify these things to where it can become normalized for cops to unjustly hit people and punch people and shoot people and kill people. And like, it's completely fucked up. And so yes, the normalization of these things is something that makes it to where in our society we might become more accepting of police brutality, just because people are willing to defend it at such a high rate just to defend Trump in the long run. Later, Z King. Have a good night, homie.
Sure. Yo! Hey, I think it's dead. Oh, shit. I can't hear shit. What do you mean? Yeah, it's definitely dead. Sure.
Clavicular unloads on a gator in Florida. Wait. Are you allowed to shoot gators like that? Readers out of context, this is a felony in Florida. Arrests have been made before. The FWC is aware of it and is investigating. The FWC is aware of a video depicting an individual in the Everglades on an airboat who appears to be discharging firearms at an alligator. FWC officers are looking into the incident and will provide additional information when available. To report wildlife violations, call Wildlife Alert Hotline. So what is this? Florida Wildlife Conservation? Yep, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. FFWCC. FWC was probably a good move. You can't hunt alligators with firearms? What crap? We used to be a proper country. Oh, it's the wokeness that's stopping them from hunting alligators, bro. It's the wokeness. So this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, like we were talking about people like with normalization of things and just arguing things just for the long run. Like this person probably just wants to defend clavicular because they have some sort of odd attachment to him, and so now they just want to go and argue in favor of this. There's probably circumstances where you're allowed to shoot alligators. Just you're not allowed to just go out on a boat into the fucking middle of the Everglades and unload on them, especially when I think the Everglades is a state park. Like this is a place where they're supposed to be able to live, where they're supposed to be able to be like safe. If they come into your fucking backyard and like try to eat your cat, yeah, sure, you can probably shoot them at that point. Legal methods to hunt alligators in Florida include using artificial lures, baited wooden pegs, snare poles, harpoons, gigs, and spears, all of which must be attached to a restraining line. Bows, crossbows, and pre-charged pneumatic airbows with tethered arrows are also permitted. The only legal firearm is a bang stick, used only on a restrained alligator. This person said, I think you missed the point. You need a permit and required site tags for each gator killed from the FWC. Even shooting a dead gator can be charged as a third-degree felony as it constitutes illegal possession or destruction of protected wildlife. The original poster replied and said, I'd like to see a jury rule on that because it's totally stupid. Shooting a dead gator or a tree log should be the same. Was it already dead? Was it already dead? That would be very different if it was dead. No, it wasn't. True, stupid as it is, even more so to do so live on stream. The FWC does not play about these things and likes to make examples, as you can already see. No one's hunting. Did they pull it out of the water? No. Well, that doesn't make it not hunting. You're still fishing if you don't keep the fucking fish. You're still hunting deer if you don't grab the deer and put it on the back of your truck. Like, that's still hunting. People are saying it was already dead. People are saying, yeah, how do we know? How do we know it wasn't dead? Like in the video, it's blurred out, so I can't see. It was definitely alive. Not in this video.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is already dead. It looks bloated. It looks bloated and belly up. When this video starts, and from when he takes the first shot here, it looks belly up and bloated. Even if it's dead, it's still a felony. Sure, but it kind of changes how ridiculous you might think it is. I heard him say, I think it's dead. I think I heard him say it at the end of the video. I think that was the joke, is that he had just, like, obviously beaten a fucking dead horse and then said, I think it's dead. I think that was the joke, is that he had just, that he was already dead and then they unloaded into it. So I think it's dead. Like, yeah, but would you shoot a dead deer on the side of the road? I don't know. Like, it depends. Like, it looks like they all walked out there with a bunch of fucking guns and that they wanted to shoot something. Obviously, if you're not allowed to shoot wildlife, then you're looking to shoot something. You shoot wild death. Like, yeah, I would say it's probably better to shoot something that's already dead rather than killing somebody. That probably is better. Let's see. Is it illegal in Florida to shoot an alligator that's already dead? Yes, it is generally illegal to shoot an alligator in Florida without proper permit, regardless of whether the alligator is already dead or alive. Florida law makes it third-degree felony to kill, injure, capture, or possess an alligator or its parts without authorization. Alligators in Florida are protected species, and any taking, killing, injuring, capturing, or possessing requires specific licenses and an area-specific permit with associated site tax. I would assume that the reason that you're not allowed to shoot something that's already dead is because it's like, especially if it's a protected animal like an alligator, that if you shoot it after it's dead, they don't know that you didn't fucking kill it. So if all of a sudden they find the dead animal and then they have bullets in it, that now they're like, oh, looks like you fucking killed it. And they're like, no, I didn't kill it. It was already dead and then I shot it. So there's no way for them to know. But in this case, if it's caught on video, yeah, I wonder. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. Play the arrest video. I didn't see an arrest on there.
Yeah, guys, something happened.
Is it this?
We're gonna have to end the marathon. So we'll be back. I don't know when we're gonna restart, but troll. All right. Fuck, my heart is racing. I'm dead ass.
The guy's he looks nervous as hell to me. He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Chat, like I'm not trolling. Like we have to end the marathon. Yeah, guys, something happened. We're gonna have to end the marathon. So.
Yeah, although he does keep doing that with his mouth.
we'll be back. I don't know when we're gonna restart, but troll.
Oh my goodness, dude. This guy too. Holy shit. Like I would, if I just saw this and I didn't know who these people were, I would think this was AI. I would think this was AI. Look at this guy in the background. Watch him, dude.
Chat. Like I'm not trolling. Like we have to end the marathon.
Watch this guy. Watch him.
So we'll be back. I don't know when we're gonna restart, but troll.
Look at this guy, dude. He is tweaking.
Troll. All right.
It looks like AI, bro. It looks like AI. It looks like he doesn't know, like, it doesn't know how to make human movements, and it's...
Right.
What the fuck?
But troll. All right.
He just Heiled Hitler and jacked off. Did this and then this.
Troll.
And then whoop. Drugs are a hell of a drug. Yep. I finished the clip like 3 times. We've gone the whole way through it. That's the end of it.
Fuck, my heart is racing. I'm dead ass, chat. Like I'm not trolling. Like we have to end the marathon. Yeah.
That's the whole clip.
Hello? Looking to speak with Michael Tracy.
Oh, man.
Who's this? Hi, Michael. My name is Don Wedgwood. Just calling about a business proposition for you of
Don Wedgwood?
sorts, if you would be interested. It's not like a call. It's a personal business proposition.
A personal business proposition?
Well, sorry, I'll be a little more clear with it. I represent a group of fairly wealthy individuals who have been accused of some crimes. We were curious if we could pay some money to you to write some puff pieces about our group, just totally excusing all of the behavior.
I had a sense that this was a clever attempt at a phony phone call. I appreciate the business proposition. My proposition for you is to keep on trucking, Mr. Wedgwood, or whatever the heck you said your name was. And
do you have any shame?
I really applaud.
Do you have any shame, sir? Do you have any shame? Do you have any shame?
Have a wonderful day.
Don't want to answer the shame question? Don't want to answer the same.
Do I have any shame? I mean, I guess I don't have enough shame where I would spend my day making phony phone calls to semi.
You don't even know how to.
I've had my mustache like that a couple of times. I've grown it out and had it turned up like that a couple of times. It wasn't that long, but it came up to about here.
Describe yourself. You don't even know how to describe yourself.
My mustache naturally does that. Like as it gets longer, it starts to turn up.
I mean, who are you?
You don't know how to describe yourself without being insulting to yourself, because you know what an absolute spineless quisling you are. Is that not true?
A spineless quisling. Yeah, I mean, how could I possibly be so bereft of shame that I would do a thoroughgoing journalistic inquiry into the #1 political narrative that's been engulfing the nation and arguably the world for the past 8 months, and then subject myself to the torrent of vitriol, such as, although this is pretty much a harmless example of it because you're not that clever, frankly.
I had a sense that this was a clever attempt at a phony phone call.
But then subject myself to this avalanche of defamation and slime where people think that I'm just defending people for grave sex crimes or whatever for no particular reason. Why would I go out of my way to subject myself to that if I didn't actually have a sincere reason for doing so? You think I just enjoy it, or do you think I'm actually being paid off by people, which I guess was the premise for your phony phone call? Because I'm not. You know, if I
I think it was a real phone call. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think the phone call was phony. I think the phone call was real. I think his persona was probably phony, but pretty sure the call was a real call that actually happened.
then maybe my lifestyle would be a little bit more lavish than it in fact is. And I know you're not actually asking me these questions for any kind of good faith reason, like you don't want to know my actual motivations for doing what I do. You don't want to actually inform anyone or yourself. You simply want to generate content, which I get. I mean, and got to respect the hustle. You know, I'm sure you'll get a lot of likes and a lot of shares for whatever venture you have going where this is what you do. You know, and you apparently think this is a good way to spend your time and it's productive and whatever, so more power to you. You know, as you called, I was listening to the current hearing before the U.S. Senate on the National Threat Assessment, the annual threat assessment hearing, and I interrupted, even though this came up as a spam phone call, because I figured, hey, what the hell, maybe it's something that got wrongly filtered into spam. And it turns out to be somebody who thinks that, you know, you're Howard Stern or something. Although Howard Stern actually had some funnier and a little bit more adroit people doing the phony phone calls on his behalf. This is just kind of like lazy. So it's not even impressive on any level. And
damn, he even rambles when it's a fucking prank call, dude. This guy rambles no matter what. He probably is just sitting around talking to himself all day.
And
do you watch?
Although at the same time, I acknowledge that you got me to spend now 4 minutes and 22 seconds speaking to you. So that's some measure of accomplishment. So congratulations.
One thing that you can count on you for is that you love to hear yourself talk. So you will.
I mean, you called me and you asked me a question, but then it gets boomeranged on me as I love to hear myself talk. I guess that's a good as.
I mean,
Pink Chu has been going viral and blowing the fuck up. She left Tectone.
what is her name? Pink Chiyu? Miskiff says Tectone should go to jail for violating protective order by tweeting about his ex. Pink Chiyu.
She's been doing extremely well, and she's become this goth chick that's basically take over the entire internet. And now she's like queen of the crops and doing anything she wants. She said this on a video, and I guess it must have set Tectone off pretty badly because look what she says.
I like sex. I haven't had sex in so long. Did you know the last guy not have sex with you or what? What?
Yeah, we use that sound for sure for you know, rape.
He was only attracted.
Typical Zoomer shit.
It's pronounced Pink Chew? Boomer? Wait, is it a Gen Z thing that they don't pronounce Y's? Or the Y is silent for Gen Z? Is that?
Your ex sexually assaulted you and went to court, right?
I haven't had sex. The last guy not have sex with you or what? Well, he was only attracted to anime women, so. But it looked pretty anime, kawaii desu. Something like that, you know? What do you mean he was only attracted to anime women? Was he like addicted to hentai? So he was addicted to hentai? So he was addicted so much he didn't want to have sex with the real thing? Something along those lines. What kind of guy are we looking for Pink?
A guy with hair, number one.
Whoa, that was it. That definitely set him up.
Oh. You literally said her name and then you pronounced it totally different. What? Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't know that fucking Mizkif was the authority on fucking names now. Give me a break.
Tectone then tweets chat yesterday, randomly, after like going off about Charlie Kirk or whatever the fuck the dude talks about every day. Y'all ever heard of a sexual assault victim complain they weren't getting enough sex? Are you fucking kidding me, Tectone? Are you gonna somehow say this?
Y'all ever heard of a sexual assault victim complain they weren't getting enough sex? Oh. 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 Oh no. He's accused of sexually assaulting her? And then she says, my last boyfriend didn't want to have sex with me. And then he's like, dude, she said that I never had sex with her, but then also says I sexually assaulted her.
This was your schizophrenia doing this again? Or like, I don't even know. Like, what? Why would you ever think that you could tweet this? He actually is the biggest retard imaginable, chat. Because him tweeting this is against his protective order that Pink Chew has on him for 10 fucking years. They have a protective order. He cannot talk about her publicly. And he not only is talking about her privately, he's...
See, he even says Pikachu. He says Pink-a-chew. There's no in there. I think he's just trying to make it sound like Pikachu when it's Pink-chew.
Publicly on his own Twitter, opened his phone, wrote this tweet, and clicked send. He then deleted it, obviously, because I'm sure his lawyer was free.
Oh, guys, I got a job, kind of good one. Hey, yo, let's fucking go, dude. Let's get some cheers in chat. Jeffy. Hells yeah. Let's go. W's in the chat. We have a thing, but I don't think anybody can hear it. Yeah, no, nobody can hear it. Okay. Hey, yo, thank you for the membership. Let's go. Jeffy gifted a membership. His name's Jeffy, guys, okay? We're not fucking Gen Z over here. We don't not pronounce Y's, all right? We pronounce our Y's here. It's Jeffy.
Freaking the fuck out at 3 in the morning. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And Tectone could and should go to jail over this. This might put Tectone in jail. When you break a protective order, that's pretty serious. And there's already been so much to prove that he's done it already. It's been, what, a month? And he's already tweeting about her? Are you fucking kidding me? Y'all ever heard of a sexual assault victim complain they weren't getting enough sex? Wild, dude. He deletes it. Everyone comments, oh my god, you're retarded, and you actually tweeted this. They submitted the tweet to court. I love it. I love it. Look, he then deleted it, by the way, obviously, trying to hide it. But this is the actual tweet. It got 200 likes in 54 minutes. Not even his bots were like, this is a good idea, bro. What a fucking idiot. What a actual fucking moron, man. And this is my ops. This is the guy that people listen to over me, over anyone. It just couldn't be easier for me, chat. It just couldn't be easier for us. It couldn't be easier.
These are my ops.
My ops. A guy that lost his court case and is still harassing his ex-girlfriend today on his main.
Tom, you drink OG Red Bull? That's crazy. I used to only drink the yellow ones, but they were too sweet. I would be sitting here the whole time. So I went back to the regular ones. Plus the regular ones are a little bit cheaper, so.
I want a show of hands of everyone at this table who is racist.
I hate black people.
So I saw a couple people surprised that I raised my hand. When I said that I was racist, I'm racist against black people. So it's institutional. Indians are institutionally racist against black people.
I don't see color. I don't see. So how she said, I'm blinded to color. Like, it doesn't faze me at all. When we bleed red.
I'm just gonna drop.
Kill her. Kill her. Kill that fucking bitch. Kill her. Fucking kill her.
The bomb here, that's white supremacy. Color blindness is white supremacy. Do not teach your kids to be colorblind. Do not talk about color blindness. Don't say that I don't see the color of your skin and we cut ourselves open, it's bleeding red.
If you're going to cry, leave the table and go into the living room there. When a white woman starts crying, what happens?
Ah! This is what see, these are the people who are making fucking liberals look like nutcases, dude. This is it. This is what happens. This is why we fucking look like nutcases, because of these motherfuckers.
All the attention is when I was in Charleston, South Carolina last summer.
So they want racism? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, totally, dude. Totally. Totes my goats, bro. That's what it means. Technically, like, wanting racism, it means that, like, you can't, like, beat racism if you pretend like you can't see it all the time, right? So if you say that you're colorblind, that means that, like, if racism happens in front of you, you're not going to acknowledge it because you're colorblind. You're not willing to see race. You're going to pretend like it doesn't exist, when, like, we all know that we're tribal creatures. We're tribal animals. We congregate based on very visual characteristics that make us feel like we have some sort of bond with somebody, make us feel like we have something in common with them. So the fact that, like, we do this already means that there's already going to be, like, some slight types of discrimination that are there just kind of automatically, whether they're natural or socialized, and then there's others that are a bit more explicit as well. But yeah, if you're going to sit there and just be like, oh, I'm colorblind, I don't even see race, like, okay, well, then we're not going to talk to you about whether or not something racist happened, because you don't see it. The rest of us, we all see race. We know whether somebody's white or black, but you can't make a determination. You don't see race.
I get into my lift, and the guy turned around and looked at me, and he said, lady, he goes, I hate to have to say this to you, but if I get pulled over, you're just another black woman, and he's black, and he said, put your hands up, do as they say, do not make any trouble.
He actually told you
that? Yeah, of course.
Oh, dear God.
Of course.
That's the life he lives.
And
that's his reality.
But that's his reality.
She's worried that her kids are gonna die.
I cannot remember a time that I have not woken up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. I want to ask also to stop acting shocked. So part of white feminism is acting so surprised when we tell you.
But it is. Why are you telling us not to act the way that we act if it is surprising?
Because
to me, that is surprising.
That upholds white supremacy. Why are your feelings so hurt? But why are your feelings more important than the reality of the violence of our lives?
You walk through the world with a different experience because you are a white woman.
Tom, don't you think liberals should move away from identity politics? This is the fucking identity politics. This is the shit. This is not. These people are not liberals. We're saying that they make liberals look bad. People like you who say, I'm on the left. Well, tons of people just associate the left and liberals as all one thing, and then they congregate us all together as one group, and then we have to spend the majority of our time deconstructing the way that people conceptualize liberals.
So I can't sit here?
You gotta go. Sorry, sis.
I think I have a little bit of a problem with the we versus I think that there is the big perpetual we, right? We white women for sure. But I think there's also we African Americans, and we were slaves, right? And these things happen to us. That doesn't happen to everybody, right? I mean, and you, I understand, and I am here.
It happened to all African Americans.
Yeah.
It didn't happen to you.
Listen. One of the things that we know, let me just say.
I have a lot of Native American history, and I don't take advantage of any of that.
Time out. Are you saying that black people, African Americans, descendants of slaves, are taking advantage of that? You just said
that's not what I'm saying.
At these dinners, we see white women behaving badly, and that bad behavior looks like denial of white supremacy, denial of racism, and even denial of slavery. This is nothing new.
Why is it that being called a racist makes you so upset?
It doesn't make me upset anymore. I believe that every white person is racist because of the system. And I had to learn about the system to get that.
Do I love you less because you're a different color? Absolutely not.
But do you realize that everything you're saying is taking away everything they just said?
Yeah, do you realize that you just disagreed with a woman of color? Polygraph is crashing out. That's what Poly does. That's their thing. Speaking of crashing out.
That paragraph. It's her education.
Stop.
Stop because you don't want to hear
Oh,
what the
stop!
argument is.
Stop! You interrupt me one more time, you are being held in direct contempt of court, and
Yes,
you can
ma'am.
wipe that smirk off.
I don't
your
have a
face.
smirk on my face.
Oh, yes, you
I
do.
do not.
I am not going to tolerate this from you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Fill out the request, get the form from our court clerk's office on the second floor, make sure it comports with what you've got already, get it filed, mailed in, whatever you need to do. Let us assess her request. If it's
My client's not seen her child. There is no order in this court, and there's been no jurisdiction found that this court has jurisdiction over this child who has never lived in your county.
You just
Never lived.
you
I did
just
not. There was a pause. There was a break. I wasn't done with my arguments.
And I was not done with my statement. You interrupted again. Do not throw your...
I did not throw. It fell off the bench.
That came nowhere near the fucking... That came nowhere near the fucking ledge, dude. That came nowhere near the fucking ledge. That was not even fucking close.
Never lived. I did not. There was a pause. There was a break. I wasn't done with my arguments.
And I was not done with my statement. You interrupted again.
They just threw their fucking phone right onto the ground, dude. What the fuck was that?
I wasn't done with my arguments.
And I was not done with my statement. You interrupted again. Do not throw your...
I did not throw. It fell off the bench. Please stop stating things that are not true, ma'am.
Sir, you've got a room full of witnesses.
I do. I put it down. I did. I put it down and it fell down. I did not fall.
Then settle down.
I'm not upset and I'm not arguing. You're not letting me make an argument. I'm not red in the face, ma'am. I'm not.
Stop. Our court reporter cannot get what we're both saying.
I am trying to make my argument. You interrupted my argument halfway through
This
on
is
an
a panic button
objection.
that will get every available deputy in
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware. It's happened to me before.
It has.
Yes.
Because you're out of line.
Yeah,
Of course.
I guess so.
Okay. If I push that
Or maybe
button-
because I'm a transgender attorney practicing all over the state.
I don't know what you are.
You do, ma'am. It's not. You do.
Oh boy.
I don't know whether
You do,
you're
ma'am. You
transgender,
do. You
Other
do.
than you have just now
No,
advised
ma'am.
me,
You
that
do.
doesn't have
You
anything
do.
to do
It's happened when we
anything.
talked on the phone.
That wasn't talking, let me tell you. You were entirely inappropriate.
You were
and
yelling
were
at
so
me, and I did not even know you were the judge.
And I didn't know you from Adam.
I said,
At
my
that
name
point.
is Rob Hopkins. I'm
Which
an
doesn't
attorney
mean
in
anything.
Oklahoma City.
No, sir, you did not.
Okay.
Okay?
There's no one there to know that, right?
Okay. So we are pausing this until you get the ADA request form filled out and it gets processed.
So we're going to pause the hearing on jurisdiction that's been set twice. I drove an hour and a half to have the hearing. My client's available telephonically, and we are simply not even taking testimony.
Is your client available telephonically?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, then get her on the phone.
Thank you.
Your Honor, to which we would object.
Yeah, you gotta get your phone off the fucking floor after you just threw it there.
This is as clear as the nose on my face that this woman will not appear before this court because she has a warrant for stealing her
Objection,
children
you're
from the
saying
other
that's
court.
not true. And you're ready
You
to
will find, sir, that you cannot.
Objection on hearsay? That the warrant is hearsay, or you're saying the warrant was issued on hearsay? There's no way this person's a fucking lawyer, dude. There's no fucking way this person's a lawyer. There's no shot. I don't even know if this is real, bro. I don't even want to believe this is real, dude. I don't even want to believe this is fucking real. There's no shot, bro. There's no fucking
yeah,
shot.
Guys, something happened. We're gonna have to end the.
Me, it's over me. No shot at me.
I'm not putting notes here.
No, we're stopping.
Get out of my face, sir. Get out of my face, sir. Get out of my face.
You should leave this county.
Get out of my face. Get out of my face.
People, my friend, you're being ugly.
And get out of my face.
Put your hand
Why?
Because you're in direct contempt of court.
He shouted at me. No, I'm not being. You did not even say that I was in
You are
contempt.
indirect.
No, I'm not doing
Judge, I
my stuff.
apologize, but I felt very threatened by this person.
No.
Being screaming and yelling in court. I've never even heard that before in this courtroom.
Do not hurt me. Do not hurt me.
Your hands behind your back.
Do not. You're throwing me over this.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting.
Okay. Put your hands behind your back. Stop resisting.
You know exactly what's
Why
happening.
don't you all walk that way sometime?
I can't walk. I'm being thrown down.
Just stop.
I'm being thrown down. I can't walk. I'm being thrown down.
Walk that way.
Settle down. Do not grab me. Do not grab me. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're hurting me. You're hurting me. You just take me. You just take me. It's okay. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Put your hands behind your
I
back.
cannot breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't Help! Somebody call 911, please.
Call 911.
Please.
Why are they arresting him? He was held in contempt by the judge. He was told to calm down like numerous times and told to chill out. He wouldn't stop interrupting. Then he just started screaming at the fucking prosecutor in that case. And after she had already threatened him with contempt if he didn't stop like interrupting and yelling, then he just starts screaming at the fucking prosecutor, and then she pressed the button to have the guards come in and take him out.
Please, please, please. Ow, 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 ow.
He can't breathe. He's begging for his life. He's white. It doesn't matter when it happens to a white person, guys. Chill, okay? They may be a transgender man who has transitioned to a man, but now they're part of the patriarchy, okay? Now they have all the privileges of a white man, and doesn't matter anymore, okay? I'm just fucking.
Somebody call 911! Somebody call 911! Somebody call.
I got your phone now.
But say like, there's no fucking way an attorney would tell everybody to call 911 when it's the fucking cops who were there. Like, if they call 911, this is who fucking responds. What are you talking about? There's no way this is an attorney. It doesn't look like AI. It seems real. It doesn't seem like a skit.
No, I don't. Get a female officer now! Get a female officer now! Get a female officer now!
There aren't any.
I can't get up, I can't see! He just threw my glasses! I can't see!
You say he just threw my glasses. You see he just set them down on the
Give me my glasses! Put them on my face!
No.
Put them on my face, I cannot see!
No.
Please give me my glasses, I cannot see! I'm not trying to walk and I cannot see! I need my wallet!
Thanks, Robert. Thanks, guys.
I'm trying to walk!
Okay. Update. They're calling them she. That's fucked up. She has left her law firm for her safety, but of course is claiming she was discriminated against and will probably sue.
But ultimately, at this time, it is the right move for me to step away. As many of you all heard, there was an incident that took place in another county, a rural county, and there are more details of that incident, and I can't release that at this time. And
being as that I believe that I first have grounds for a discrimination lawsuit there in that county. But for my physical safety at this time, it's best that I step away. And for my family's physical safety, it's best that I step away. But ultimately,
no shot, dude. So that's real. Okay, yeah, it's just a whole bunch of transphobic shit. Yeah, they were just dying from a fentanyl overdose, dude. True.
Bet you never saw this day coming, did you, Dean? Bet a bunch of you never expected to see my face and Dean Withers' face and me doing this with Dean Withers behind me. And if you're here because it's finally time to see Dean Withers get called out, you're going to be disappointed that's not what this is. No, I have Dean behind me because the video I'm about to show you was recorded by Dean, and what happened to Dean. Grand Junction, Colorado. He flew into the airport there. His mom came to pick him up. He comes out to get in the car. He's putting his luggage into the car.
You're misusing the word phobia. You're misunderstanding how language works. I didn't use the word phobia. I used the word transphobia. One word. Transphobia, dislike of or prejudice against transgender people. Interesting. Interesting.
Car, and then a man he'd never seen before walks up and spits in his face. And then Dean pulled out his phone and started recording, which was a smart thing to do. If you pay attention, right in the very beginning, you're going to hear this guy admit that he spit in his face.
Did you just spit on me, sir? You just spit on me. What's your name?
In the car.
What's your name? Don't touch me.
You're
What's your
touching
name?
me.
Your husband just spit on me.
That's not a phobia. What's a phobia? What's a phobia then? Alright, I bet you think it's an extreme irrational fear of something, right? That's what a phobia is. It's just an extreme irrational fear. Or it's extreme or irrational fear of. Discrimination isn't phobia. Must be irrational. Wait, there's such thing as an irrational discrimination. There's such thing as an irrational discrimination. That's just hate? Well, yeah, correct. And that's why, like, a phobia is also not just an irrational fear of, it's also an irrational aversion to. And so this would be an irrational aversion to somebody. Imagine literally reading the definition and then just denying it. Yeah, like, it's, they have to be MAGA to do this shit because MAGA is like hasn't assimilated to American culture and westernized English speaking countries to where they like to change definitions all the time and use language in a different way from everybody else. You don't treat phobias by shaming the person with them. That's what an aversion to would be, right? A phobia is an intense, irrational, and persistent fear of a specific object, activity, or situation that poses little actual danger. It is a type of anxiety disorder. No, we're not talking about the disorder. An extreme or irrational fear of or aversion to something. So this is an irrational aversion to something. But even outside of like clinical terms, language is not used that way. So language is used with colloquial usages, meaning that the way that people use a word becomes the meaning behind the word. That's how words are formed. Like words are created based on people using it to communicate an idea. And so once people use a word to communicate an idea and the other person understands it to mean that thing, that's how it gains meaning. That's what meaning is. So if people use the word transphobia to communicate discrimination against a trans person, that's what it means then. That's how language works. That's how the left stole language on phobias. You say stole language. It's just literally how language works. It's just how it works. I'm sorry, you guys don't understand English, but that's how English works. We use words, and then when we use them, whatever we use it to communicate, that's what it means. Just because you guys don't understand how language works or what meaning is or what definitions are or all those things, that doesn't mean that the left is crazy. It just means that you guys aren't really assimilated to our country. How are phobias typically treated? You're talking about a clinical phobia, or are you talking about just a general phobia? Why does everything have to be about left versus right? I mean, we're all people. We're all human. Why put everybody in the categories? Wait, why are you categorizing us as people or humans? Why would you put us into those categories? Why is everything about human or not human? Why would you make things like categorized in that sort of way? It's so weird. An irrational fear can be treated. I'm not going to be able to explain it to irrational people. But I just read the definition. The definition said, or an irrational aversion to. But you guys don't accept definitions. You guys speak your own language. The rest of us speak English. A better word is discrimination. Well, it's a type of discrimination. Yeah. That's as I said, if we're using this word to communicate discrimination, then we're saying it's discrimination towards trans people. Transphobia. Just the same as like racism, homophobia, anti-Semitism, like these are all just communicating a type of discrimination. Or a person who is discriminatory towards those people or has a bias towards them, an aversion to them. Phobias are treated by exposure therapy, not Exposure therapy is considered the gold standard for the most effective treatment for the specific phobias with success rate of 80 to 90%. While highly effective, it is not the only treatment. Cognitive behavioral therapy, medication, and relaxation techniques are also used, often in combination, to help patients manage anxiety. So it's not just exposure therapy. It's not only exposure therapy. But as I said, if you're talking about a clinical definition, well, that's very different than a colloquial definition. These are not the same things. But I'm sure when somebody says that's cool. You probably get really upset, right? You're probably like, wait, you're misusing the word cool. That is not what the word cool means. The word cool means that it's kind of cold. It's communicating a temperature. Why are you using it to say that you like something? Why would you misuse it that way? You can't. How do you treat being cool? You turn on the heat. That's how you treat being cool. You can't be cool as in you just like something, as in something's just good. You can't misuse language that way. Sure, you guys do that all the fucking time. Sure, you're just real vocabulary Nazis over there, aren't you? All right, let's see what the fuck's
His mom
happening
came to
with
pick him up. He comes out to get in the car. He's putting his luggage into the car. And then a man he'd never seen before walks up and spits in his face. And then Dean pulled out his phone and started recording, which was a smart thing to do. If you pay attention, right in the very beginning, you're going to hear this guy admit that he spit in his face.
Did you just spit on me, sir? You just spit on me. What's your name?
In the car.
What's your name? Don't touch me.
You're
What's your
touching
name?
me.
Your husband just spit on me. Wait, he just admitted to it on camera. Let me get that license plate.
I don't think spitting is a crime. You and your
It's
mom,
not.
you guys need to go.
You don't think spitting is a crime? Holy shit.
First things first, she says, I don't think spitting is a crime. And her husband says, ha, 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 it's not. Spoiler alert, it is.
It's a fucking grown man and grown woman spitting on a little fucking kid. And then, well, I guess Dean's like 20-something years old, but he looks like a little fucking kid. And then arguing that it's not even a crime. These people are too stupid.
Specifically in Colorado, actually can lead to serious criminal charges like assault and harassment. Also, not for nothing, you put your hands on Dean to like separate them, and then you kind of hit his phone with your hand and your vape there, which also could constitute assault. Now you might be saying, I don't think they just came up and randomly spit in his face with no interaction. They did, according to Dean. They had no interaction with him. His mom told him after they drove away that she had pulled up to pick him up, and when she pulled there, they started yelling at her about how she was too close to them and to move. She was like, it's fine. And they kept yelling at her and being belligerent, which Dean says he did seem like perhaps he had been drinking. And she called them white trash. Guess what? You don't get to spit on people for calling you that. Certainly not a person with the person who called you that. So, Grand Junction, Colorado. Take a good look at this. Here's Chuckles here. Here's presumably Mrs. Chuckles. She's got a nice
Chuckles.
chest tat there. Someone in Grand Junction, Colorado, do me a favor. Tell me who they are.
I hate this shit. I really do. I fucking hate this shit. When they go and like somebody records something, and now you guys go and like try to get their fucking names and dox them and shit. It's so fucking gross. And this is so common on TikTok. It's so fucking stupid. That guy's a fucking idiot. She's a fucking idiot, okay? If you want to show their faces, show the stupid thing that they did online. That's fine. But then you go and try to get somebody to post their real fucking name in your comment section so that all your fans can go harass them. That's so fucking gross. And you should be put in fucking jail right next to them. You should be sitting right next to them for doing that shit, dude. It's so disgusting, bro. I hate these fucking TikTokers. They are so disgusting. I can't stand these motherfuckers. Like, why is this sort of behavior normalized for them? Why is this normalized at all? There's numerous people on TikTok when they even, I come across videos where they say like, hey, go to this person's account and comment that like they're a fucking pedophile or something like that. And it's normally like something that's innocuous and not even that big of a deal. Like a bunch of people are trying to say that Michael Jordan's a pedophile right now and telling people to go comment on his videos and shit to call him a pedophile. And like, if I report those things, every time I get a message back from TikTok saying that they didn't break any of the TOS, even though it is clearly in their TOS that you're not allowed to brigade, you're not allowed to harass, you're not allowed to send people to their chats, like for harassment or anything like that. And they don't do anything. And then even the same, if they say, hey, get me this person's name, or they do dox them or whatever, they still, if I report it, they always say they didn't break any TOS. I even had this one guy who was doing a live stream, okay? He does a live stream. He's wearing a mask the whole time. And the whole thing's pre-recorded. And it says on the screen, send me a rose and I will find your location. Okay? It says, I will find your location. And all it is a guy just like pulling up Google Earth and zooming in on different spots and then like pulling up the street view, pointing at the house and being like, done. And then moving on to the next one, right? Every single person in the chat said they haven't done me yet. I've been here for an hour. They haven't done me yet. So I sent a rose. I think it's like a cent or something like that. So I sent a rose and then I sat there for like an hour or two waiting and never did it. Never did it. Never even attempted. Doesn't ever say like, I'm coming, I'm doing yours now. So then I reported him. TikTok responded and said they didn't break the TOS. It's like they're literally telling people to pay them for a service. Like they're telling people to pay them for a service and then they're not providing the service. They're lying and ripping people off on purpose. And then you're saying they're allowed to just tell people to pay them for a service that they don't ever provide? Like, give me a break. There's no fucking way. Yeah, we got 2 minutes left on the clock. We got $15 to go. Otherwise, yeah, I'm going to move on to just playing Arc Raiders. Yeah, this is gross. This is stupid.
Remember this girl? She went viral after Trump bombed Iran for doing his classic dance to the YMCA song. She was thanking him for starting the war, thinking it would be a rescue mission where only IRGC terrorists were targeted or mullahs were assassinated to free the Iranian people. Well, now her own cousin has died as a victim of this war. He wasn't in the IRGC. He wasn't a mullah. He was an average Iranian like me, like her, like my cousins who are back there, who may be dead for all we know because there's no communications with the people in Iran. I could make this video right now go viral. I could gloat. I could mock her. I could point and laugh and say, I told you so. I was right. You should have listened to me. When you were dancing, I was warning you. But that's not what I'm going to do. That's not why I'm here. The point of this video is not to dunk on them, to go viral, to laugh, to make myself feel good on a personal level, to feel like I was vindicated. Because it's not about me. It's not about this page going viral. The point of these videos was to prevent this tragedy. We were trying to get people to understand they should not be part of generating consent for this war, but they didn't listen, and now the consequences are hitting them like a stone wall colliding with your face, as we say in Persian. You might wonder, Shahzadeh, what difference did it make if she danced or not? We're just people. We can't stop the war machine. It makes a difference. Her video was shared literally hundreds of millions of times. It was blasted all over the MAGA pages as a sign that the hot Iranians support our war. This helps generate consent. When you ask average Americans who are in favor of this war on the Iranian people, notice, not on the government, not on mullahs, but on the people, they'll say the Iranians themselves want it. And wars in America are responsive to political capital being lost and public opinion being swayed. America is ultimately a government that is responsible to the desires of its people, that is responsive to their opinions. So if the people begin to turn away from this war, that builds up pressure against Trump to wind it down. I know it's not popular to say that to many people who love to criticize America, but it is genuinely true. So videos like this of people dancing to the war starting do help call.
This is true. Asmongold uses these videos to justify his support for the war. Yeah, this is why consistently we show videos of people who are celebrating in Iran or who are celebrating in Venezuela. And then we'll get a bunch of leftists who come in here saying, that's fake, that's propaganda, that's a lie, that never happened. But like, it did happen. It's a real thing. It just doesn't justify anything. It doesn't mean anything. There's people who have disagreements within these countries. Some of them are going to be in favor of things. Some of them are going to be against things. Some of them are going to go out and celebrate. Some of them are going to go out in protest. Like, there's going to be a large array of different opinions within these groups, just as there would be within the United States. If something happened to Donald Trump, there would be some people who celebrated, there would be some people who grieved, there would be some people who would want to go to fucking war, there would be some people who would just feel like their life is finally fulfilled and they can sit back and relax. Like, there's going to be a large array of these things, but they'll only go and find like these small snippets of situations that agree with them. Whereas, like, I think here, we've been pretty good at acknowledging that there's a lot of Iranian people who are happy that the IRGC is being taken out, that a lot of people who are not happy with the regime that currently exists, who do want democracy and want a more Western style of government, but that's that doesn't justify what's happening. Like, we have no fucking idea why we're even at war. We have no idea why we're bombing Iran in the first place. We have no idea what it is that we're doing over there. We have no idea. We have no fucking clue what the point in this war is or what the goals are. We have no idea. We have no idea. So the argument that, like, because some people over there are happy that the IRGC is dead, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean shit.
Pause and perpetuate and further the war. I hate to see that it took her cousin dying for her to realize that this war wasn't exactly how it was sold to us. And I fear that every Iranian will slowly but surely have this experience of having a relative or friend die. I pray that this war ends.
All right, let's see. Mune Rahimi. I don't know how to type
Bet
in
you never
that
saw this
E.
day coming, did you, Dean? Bet a bunch you never expected to see my face and Dean Withers' face.
Okay, this one already only has 378 followers. I don't think that's the same account. Sin City, United States. Your favorite Iranian baddie, proud patriot, monarchist, PhD student in engineering, MAGA, MEGA, Nightmare 2, Watermelon Moon, Crescent Moon. What the fuck? Iranian baddie, I love Donald Trump. Proud patriot, MEGA, make Iran great again. Ooh, so she took out the MAGA part. Okay, I don't think. I don't know if this is her or not. Russian Times. She retweeted the Russian Times. RT. Iranian girl who went viral supporting US-Israeli airstrikes now says her cousin has been killed. She still blames Iran for his death. All right. Okay, this is her. Okay, y'all, if you're looking for that Iranian baddie who was dancing Trump song, hi, that's me. I left Iran a few years ago, now doing my PhD in engineering in the US. I'm beyond grateful for the freedom here, the dream so many Iranians are fighting for. Thank you, America, for your love and support. Thank you, President Trump. Follow me for vibes. Some are attacking Mune Rahimi for smiling while still grieving his cousin. His? I don't think that translated. Okay. You have to learn a lot about Iranians, about our ancient culture, and that you have never seen any other nation like us, but get used to it. In January, when regime massacred our youth, their fathers and mothers were dancing on their graves. They were proud that their loved one sacrificed his life for our sacred homeland. They were celebrating their new journey on the eternal world. In every corner of Iran, in small villages, in cities, everywhere, they were dancing. And we were crying days and nights while watching these noble people. You call this psychopathy because you know nothing. You can't comprehend this level of power, power of turning pain into meaning. Yeah, you are used to see uncivilized savages in Palestine. You have no idea how grace looks like on people. I'm proud of my Iran, land of noble people. I'm Iranian, and we know exactly what you're doing. You are used to the blood of our young people to build legitimacy for the US and Israel. You're opportunists. You treat Iranians as tools, nothing more, just to get closer to power. No awareness, no humanity. Traitors. Where were you on January 18th and 19th? What is your suggestion? How are my people supposed to liberate themselves with bare hands? We're not two-day activists like you. Real social movements take thought, grounding, and a sense of principle, things you don't get from scrolling social media. This performative outrage won't last. In a few days, you'll drift back to your lives, and it'll be people like us who keep pushing steadily on our own terms for freedom. Go on then and repeat the lines you've memorized. Ooh. Got him. Yeah, here she is tweeting out Nick Shirley, calling him a legend. Damn, dude. How fucking propagandized do you have to be? Holy shit. Yeah, Van Dredd thinks he can fix her. All right, we got $15 to go. I'm going to go through a little bit more news. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link in the description. Some of it may be pinned at the top of chat for you guys. Yeah, if we hit the goal before I get to Arc Raiders, then I will count it. Otherwise, I'm gonna... Wait, is it pinned at the bottom of chat now? It pinned it at the bottom of chat instead of at the top. Interesting. I came and streamed while I'm sick. You guys have to give me money. Yeah, as long as we get donos in before I start playing Arc Raiders, then I'll count it and add the time, but otherwise, then I'm just gonna, yeah, go play Arc Raiders.
My question. Go ahead. Why don't? This is war and peace here.
The handlers, they took the microphone away from me, and I was like, I'm not done yet. We only had a tiny bit of notification. We had to get there, and we had to come now. We go there and go through the security, and I was told that I would get a question, so they sat me in the front row.
Many Americans do believe that Israel dragged the United States in this war and is now pulling the rest of the world along with it. How do you see this ending?
Well, I think we have concrete goals, how to do it, how to end it. We wanted, as I said, decimate the ballistic missile program, which we're doing, decimate the nuclear program, which we're doing. This canard that we dragged the United States into it is not just a canard, it's ridiculous.
He was really kind of talking you through why Israel went in, what its objectives are, which frankly are different to the objectives of the Americans.
It's funny you mentioned that, because I believe the reason he called this small gathering of foreign reporters was to address this topic specifically, because the general consensus was building that this was Israel's idea, that this was Netanyahu's personal idea, and he wanted to say, no. This was something that President Trump wanted to do, and we are an ally, and that he didn't take convincing. I got in a second question, and you'll hear a little bit about this as well, because after I asked my question, the handlers, they took the microphone away from me, and I was like, I'm not done yet.
I didn't exactly ask, however, why the Israel's... No, I think it's only fair. This is a serious subject. This is a serious... My question... Go ahead. Why don't... This is war and peace here. Of course, but you have... There are oil fields around the world that are burning. Gas prices are going up.
This is the war on peace.
The war is popular here in Israel. It is not popular with many Americans. So my question was, how do you see this ending? Not why, not even when. What do you imagine the day after will look like?
Well, we have achievable goals. Once we achieve our goals, then I have argued, I think, and Americans understand this very well because we're real partners. I think that what has to be done is to have alternative routes. Instead of going through the choke points of the Hormuz Straits and the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, in order to have the flow of oil, just have oil pipelines going west through the Arabian Peninsula, right up to Israel, right up to our Mediterranean ports, and you've just done away with the choke points forever. That is definitely possible.
The problem is that in order for us to feel as though you've achieved the goal, you would have to tell us what the goal is ahead of time and then achieve it. If you just do something and then later Trump says, we achieved the goal, and now he gets to make up whatever goal he wants. We planned on killing this many people. We planned on destroying this many facilities. We planned on taking out this many IRGC in the leadership. Like, this is all post talk. We would want to hear what the goal is first, and then see you achieve that. But we can't even know whether or not we're in favor of the war until we have a goal. We have like a reason for being there, and currently we don't have that. So in Israel, while you guys might be in favor of the war just because you have a large hatred for Iran, we're not involved in that shit, and we would like to know what the fuck we're doing over there, especially when we just shipped off 1,000 troops to Iran. Like, yeah, we kind of want to know why the fuck we're in this war in the first place.
Folks, and we're getting back to the breaking news I mentioned at the top of the show. Learning of a jury in California finding Elon Musk liable for misleading investors by driving down Twitter's stock price in the months leading up to this accusation of the social media giant back in 2022, which he later renamed X. Want to go to Misty Maris, who's standing by for us on this. Listen, Misty, this is a pretty big deal, right? The purchase price, I believe, at the time was $44 billion. This was a civil trial. He's now been found liable of driving down that price. He's probably going to have to pay a hefty fine. Yes, he is one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest man in the entire world. But nonetheless, how is this playing out for you?
Yeah, this was interesting, an interesting trial to follow. So this related to 3 tweets during this critical time period of May 2022 until that Twitter deal closed in October of 2022. And so the jury has found him liable for those tweets, determining that they were materially misleading and led to the damages of the shareholders who sold during that time when it caused that Twitter stock to tank. So now what's going to happen? The jury has said that there'll be in between $3 to $8 a day that these stockholders will be entitled to. And there's going to be a calculation, Yaz, relating to each individual stockholder, when they sold it, how many shares, what that means for them. So this could be thousands of people, and you're talking about significant damages that are going to be paid out. I should mention, the jury did fall short of saying that Musk intentionally engaged in a scheme to defraud. So keep in mind, the legal standard here was either recklessly or intentionally. So looks like they thought it was reckless, but not necessarily a plan to really drive down that stock, as the plaintiffs had argued.
So we've got that in one bucket. There's another trial that we've been watching, obviously, for the last few weeks.
So they said he did it maybe not intentionally, but recklessly?
Intentionally engaged in a scheme to defraud. So keep in mind, the legal standard here was either recklessly or intentionally. So when they sold it, how many shares, what that means for them. So this could be thousands of people, and you're talking about significant damages that are going to be paid out. I should mention, the jury did fall short of saying that Musk intentionally engaged.
Okay. There's another trial that we've been watching, obviously, for the last few weeks or so, and that is the social media trial. And it's about addiction involving apps like Instagram and Meta as well. What are we expecting there?
We went over that at the beginning of stream. There was a lawsuit that was won against Meta and Twitter, saying that the children had become addicted to the platform, and the jury did find that Meta and Twitter were at fault, which seems fucking crazy. It seems wild. Like, it doesn't make sense. And there's like 5 or 6 more lawsuits that are all waiting to go through, that this kind of sets a precedent to where those are even more likely to go through now, and they'll all just get settlements, most likely. Did you hear what happened to Afro Man? You talking about the court case? Yeah, we went over that last week.
We're waiting on a verdict.
Yeah. So this has been in jury deliberation since Friday. So now a week. I think the tally is up to 30 some hours. And I'm not surprised to see it taking a while because remember, it's YouTube and Meta. The jury has to analyze it as if it were 2 separate trials. And then if they find liability, they have to determine damages. So it's a complicated analysis. We're waiting here. I've been on verdict watch this whole week. You know what happens on Fridays, though? A lot of times you see that decision coming in. So we'll be here waiting to see if we, in fact, do get that verdict, largely consequential, not just for these 2 entities, but also for big tech overall.
Misty, thank you for being on this for us.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news.
Interesting. So, while after Elon took over, a bunch of people were talking about the fact that it looked like he was going to drive down the stock prices and lose money. And now it looks as though he did. It looks as though he did. He lost the company a ton of money, that he did drive down stock prices, that he did lose investors a lot of money. And they feel as though he lied when he said that he was going to be able to revamp the platform and make it a lot more money. Instead, they believe that he was negligent in the way that he ran the platform and negligent in the way that he lost them money. So it looks like he lost that lawsuit.
Breaking news from MS Now this hour about Trump-related files missing from the DOJ's Epstein files release. Let's bring in MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin, who broke this story. Also with us, our senior White House reporter Von Hilliard and MS Now legal analyst, former Manhattan DA assistant DA, that is Catherine Christian.
That would be insider trading? Wait, no, it's not. For him to say that he was going to make the company money, it's not insider trading. They're going to have to prove that in court. They already did. That's what we just covered. They already went through the case, and that he was found liable for losing the company money.
And Lisa, you got this reporting. Walk us through it.
Well, Anna, one of the things I can tell you is that based on documents that are available in the Epstein files, and I'm just going to hold up to you what allowed us to get to this reporting. This is an index of witness statements from people who were not expected to testify at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, but whose statements were nonetheless produced to her defense counsel in the run-up to her 2021 trial. We also have a smaller one with respect to those who were expected.
I recently found out Elon was an illegal immigrant when starting PayPal. Yeah. Yep. Melania was an illegal immigrant at one point as well, and she ended up getting, it wasn't the H-1B visa, but it was one of the ones similar to that.
To testify. And based on those indices, as well as documents available in the file, MS Now can report that there is at least one witness for whom 3 interviews with the FBI in rapid succession in 2019 are missing. You might say, well, what's the big deal about that? Well, the big deal about that is that we can also confirm that that woman is the same person who in a 2025 FBI presentation is identified to have accused Donald Trump of a sexual assault when she was between 13 and 15 years old. We know that based on a human source who has confirmed to us that this woman is one and the same. So I want to make it
Yeah, that's right. It's the Einstein visa.
It's very clear. There is a woman who, according to the FBI and documents compiled last summer, accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting and physically abusing her. One of the things in her accusation is that in addition to forcing her to perform oral sex, he also hit her in that same episode. We have now connected that woman to someone who was interviewed by the FBI 4 times in 2019. Of those 4 interview memoranda, which are listed in this index that I'm holding up right here, only one of them can be seen. And in that interview, the accusations against Trump are not present. At the most, she says that she had met Trump on one occasion without detailing it. And when asked how she understood that Epstein was a person who committed abuse against her, she showed FBI agents a picture that she had been sent by a friend. It was a picture that she was reluctant to share with FBI agents because there was somebody else in the photograph. It turned out to be, according to this interview memo, a well-known photograph of Epstein and Trump together. She said that she was reluctant to show them the full image, lest she incriminate someone that she feared could retaliate against her.
This is exactly what we were talking about earlier in the debates on TikTok when they kept saying, well, why aren't there any lawsuits against Trump? Why weren't there criminal charges? Why were all the lawsuits that they filed? Why did they end up dropping their own lawsuits? And it's, well, because they all keep saying that they're terrified, that they've been harassed, that they've had tons of death threats, that that they think it was Donald Trump who was harassing them, Donald Trump and Epstein, who were harassing them and sending them death threats, and that the tons of people did make the claims that after they were raped that they were verbally threatened. There were other people who substantiated the claim that Donald Trump raped a young woman and then threatened to murder her as well. And so whether or not you believe those claims is one thing, but then to say, well, I can't believe them because they didn't sue him. It's like, or they didn't press charges, bro. Why the fuck would they if they're being threatened the whole time? Like, that makes sense why one would not go to the cops or wouldn't go to a lawyer or not even to their parents or anything because they're afraid for their lives. Like the supposedly their families' lives were threatened as well. So that all makes perfect sense for why they wouldn't do those things.
Looks percentiles too.
Would you consider bald men ugly?
That's case dependent.
Would you consider men with acne ugly? Would you consider men with no facial hair ugly? Like, it depends. You know what I mean?
It's like, are bald men ugly? It's like, are we talking about, like a Jester in here or Jeremy Meeks? Like, what are we?
No, I'm talking like that's technically dating down in your status. No.
We would need to see their entire face to be able to determine whether or not they mug you.
Okay.
Men with no facial hair or men who are bald, it's like, I would be willing to bet a lot of money that they are probably above you in looks level, and you're just coping, because women tend to rate themselves and other women a lot higher than they actually are. That's the thing.
Places, we get more money, we get more stuff just because.
He said men with no facial hair and men who are bald are more than likely above in the average person in looks, and that she's just coping. That didn't make it. Okay.
Because existing in the same place, I will inherently get more just by being friendly.
Of course, your SMV is higher, correct? But we're talking about looks.
But you were talking about status. Women don't date down in status. Women don't only date up in status. That was your point. They typically only date up in status, and if they don't, they're lying to the force in their DMs. Is that not what the claim was?
Because.
Yeah, so Clavicular is not going to believe in status as much. He's black-pilled, so he just believes it's literally all about looks. That it's just about looks. Everything is about looks, and that women don't really care about status as much. That they will leave a rich, bad-looking guy for a poor, good-looking guy because they just really only care about looks.
Women tend to value looks a lot higher than they do status. You understand? So it's like maybe someone is, famous on social media, but they're extremely ugly, versus a guy who has no Instagram profile at all, who's a Chad. The woman is obviously going to value the looks a lot higher.
No, I don't think so. I've met plenty of people who don't fucking.
Oh well. Yeah. Exactly. So that's what I thought.
All right, so with that, we've actually ran out of time.
Wait, what did he just say?
Or the guest debaters.
What the fuck is he saying? I can't tell what he's saying there.
All right, so with that, we've actually ran out of time with that claim as well. We're going to be moving on to claim number 4. All right, everybody got it?
I have no idea what he said there. Universally, people care far more about status than anything else. Women especially care more about a man than quite literally anything else. What? Status is equal, if not more important to looks. I like, this is one of the few things that like Red Pill actually does get correct, is that like status does matter to women, and that like this is something that is like a appealing, that is just true, that like it's men care about looks way more than women do. Men care about like a physical attraction way more than women do. Women have like a much more conceptual way of looking at somebody. But yeah, even men don't only care about looks. Like, even men are not only looks based, but it is like a much bigger piece of the pie for men
Looks
than it is for women.
Face to be able to.
It's gonna be like 75% for men and like 25% for women. Like, it's not that looks don't matter at all to women, and it's not that only looks matter to men, but there's proportionalities there.
But bear with me for a moment on this. After the decapitation, Trump came out and said they're giving us oil, essentially. He said that they're going to, that a lot of this comes down to oil coming from Venezuela. And it seemed to be some sort of arrangement where the Americans would at least buy the oil at market price and refine it in the United States. Now we have the U.S. president talking about the Iranians and some great gift that perhaps has to do with oil and gas. Can you make sense of it?
Oh, yeah. I think this is pillar one. So the Trump strategy has three pillars. The first is about energy. The second is about containing China. And the third about his prosperity, especially for those Americans who've been seriously left behind over the last 25 years. And so if you look at the operations and the statements that he's made when it comes, for instance, to Venezuela, also Canada is the 51st state, now Iran, this is very much about the United States becoming an energy superpower in the 21st century, because energy is what's going to be driving artificial intelligence.
Is that about controlling Iran's oil or making sure that Iran's oil doesn't go to, for instance, China, where a lot of it has been going?
Having a regime that is sympathetic to U.S. interests, or at least more sympathetic to U.S. interests, without making the mistake that the United States made in Iraq, which is attempting to have regime change society. The message from Venezuela is clearly that the kleptocrats can stay in place. They just need to be sympathetic. And that probably means, you've seen that Trump has not so far gone after the oil installations on Karg Island. So there's sort of an opportunity for the Iranians to come to the table and say, we will deal with you more constructively when it comes to oil and gas and oil and gas.
I mean, everybody said when Trump the other day, I think it was 2 days ago, Trump kept saying that he got a very nice present, a very big present. It's a very nice one. Everybody kept saying it's probably oil. They probably sent him oil. Like, probably what it was. They probably just sent fucking oil.
Exports, and that's important for Trump to contain China, because of course a disproportionate amount of that oil, about 90% of the 3 million barrels that Iran produced before the conflict, went to China, in return for which China then supported the Iranian missile program.
But in the midst of all of this, Iran has carried out attacks on many of the Gulf neighbors and set back their own energy infrastructure potentially by years. Are we not going to feel the reverberations of this, even if there is some sort of deal that protects Iran's oil? Won't we feel the implications of this for quite some time to come?
Well, in 2003 in Iraq, none of the Arab states were really on board with what the United States was doing. It appears that not only are the Arab states on board, it appears that, for instance, Saudi is strongly encouraging Trump to continue the campaign that is currently underway. Yes, the repercussions will be significant, and it will have longer-term ramifications also for the relationship with Europe. I think there's going to be a significant sort of split that comes out of this, but we're not at the oil price.
He already revealed the present. Yeah, I know. He said it was oil. He was then releasing 8 oiler ships. Wait, I thought he said it was 4. Is it 8? I could have sworn he said it was 4. So the straight. It was 10, actually.
That we have.
Do you guys have like a support network now?
You know, I wish I wish the harem would unionize, honestly, but at this point, but you know, he's.
This is Ashley St. Clair. This is the chick who got pregnant from Elon Musk. I don't trust her in the least. I don't trust her in the least. Like, all of a sudden, she's been talking about, like, discrimination against trans people and against black people and shit that she was, like, hardcore, like, you know, creating a following off of, like, going against for a while. And you know, talking crap about people who believed in those things. Mantis, do you know that you keep posting like Chinese symbols? Where in chat? When I hover over it, it goes away. But I don't know if this. Well, okay, they don't look Chinese anymore. Wait, what the fuck is that? Wait, Joe Romero has one next to his name now too. But it just changed when I pulled it off the fucking screen, because on the other one, it's still Chinese over here. Did you see it on my screen, right? And Joe has one, but when I hover over it, it disappears. Nobody else is seeing these? It's not how to treat a phobia if you actually think it's a phobia. Again, I think it's been pretty clear that nobody thinks it's the clinical, nobody's using the clinical definition of a phobia. I think you're purposely choosing to be bad faith and just ignore that fact. But yeah, nobody's using clinical definitions. Yeah, that is the translate thing. It's on the symbol on the Google Translate. Oh, okay. Hello, I'm telling you what it is. Hello. Thank you.
Quite the
yeah, this is Ashley St. Clair. That she was like hardcore against like trans people and black people, gay people, like all of this crap on the internet. She was very similar to I can't remember the other girl's name, but she was like just a provocateur for a long time, just saying like the most outrageous shit she could. And there are even like text messages of her talking about wanting Elon Musk to get her pregnant. And that she was going to try to like chase him down to get her pregnant. And then she did eventually get pregnant from Elon Musk, and those text messages came out. And while I think Elon Musk's gross for not like participating in his kids' lives or taking care of them and shit, I just think that she's turned around and tried to use this to her advantage to just continue to gain fame. And because it's the left that's currently against Elon Musk, I think she's just like trying to appeal to the left to try to get sympathy points off them. I do not trust her at all.
Union buster.
Hello and welcome to the Bulwark Podcast. I'm your host, Tim Miller.
But I don't know. A lot of me, like, it makes me I talk a lot about the fact that like the left is really bad at taking the W's and accepting them when they come, And I wonder if this is like one of those cases where we should just take the W and just use it to our advantage.
We have a double header for you today of former child activists or youth activists.
Here, I'm gonna come back to this later. I'm gonna watch the Trump interview or meeting first.
Never seen anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us. There's never been a head of a country that wanted that job less than being the head of Iran. I don't want it. We listen to some of the things they say. We hear them very clearly. They say, I don't want it. We'd like to make you the next supreme leader. No, thank you. I don't want it. But I want to express my gratitude to the tremendous... Never seen anything like...
Wait, I don't think he was saying that they were offering him the job. This says, this is hilarious. Iran wanted to make me their supreme leader, but I refused and said no thanks. I don't know why they put that in quotations as though that was a direct quote from him. That's not what he said.
A head of a country that wanted that job less than being the head of Iran. I don't want it. We listen to some of the things they say. We hear them very clearly. They say, I don't want it. We'd like to make you the next supreme leader. No, thank you. I don't want it. But I want to express my gratitude to the...
Yeah, that's not what he was saying. That is such a fucking stupid clip. That is so fucking stupid, dude. Alright. Let's go to the meeting.
What was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. You know? One thing we're very disappointed, I'll say it publicly, we're very disappointed with NATO.
Actually,
because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years.
Shit. I hit pause on that fucking shit a while ago. Okay. I took the clock and the goal off stream. I'm probably just gonna play games for a little bit, but I don't know how long I'm gonna stay on. We didn't hit the goals, which means that I'm gonna go ahead and play games for a bit and then get off. We'll probably go over this first. But for right now, I'll see if it'll stream while leaving short chat up, but I'm not sure if I can play the game and stream to two different things right now, so we'll leave it for a little bit and then we'll see.
Years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always...
Still can't hear this. I feel like this is about to start fucking blasting in my ears. My head is pounding. I do not want that. Oh, I didn't turn my controller on. That's fine.
Always involved in politics, and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help when they're...
It's such bullshit, dude. There's no way anybody's buying that he just asked these other countries for help just as a test to see if they would come. There's no way. Nobody buys that fucking
the other
bullshit.
side is annihilated. They said, we'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning, or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war's over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it, and we don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission, and we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it. They have no Navy, and they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far, nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. And they wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building, and we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then they...
Hey, Tom Foolery, I remember you. I think, are you a liberal cuck? 100% liberal cuck. Definitely a liberal cuck. I sit in the cuck chair and watch the fucking Republicans get fucked.
Then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention.
You were on Hake's show? Yeah, I've been on his show a couple of times.
So, every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supplies and extremely effective. But they have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea.
By
98%.
water.
And we're trying to find out who are the 2% because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television.
Maybe women? Whoa! He's gone woke, guys. He's gone woke. Maybe women? Oh my goodness. What the fuck?
But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came into the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it, that's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was...
Is he talking about Venezuela?
98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came into the water. Now it's...
Marco Rubio told us that the drugs were not coming in from Venezuela. The drugs were not coming to the United States. He said the drugs were not coming to the United States. Donald Trump tried making us think that it was fentanyl that was coming from Venezuela. Since when the fuck does Venezuela ship fentanyl? Like, what the fuck is that about? But then Marco Rubio ran around and said, no, they weren't bringing drugs to the United States. Yeah, that didn't happen. They were going to like Cuba, Colombia, Cuba, Colombia, other countries, that even Europe sometimes, not the United States.
It's all pinched, and these people are trying to come in by land, and we will. That's it. That's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know. I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, and I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought.
There's we had a couple of people come on to debate the other day. They were trying to say that Donald Trump was arrested for, Maduro was arrested for international crimes. They tried telling us that, yeah, Maduro, he was arrested for international crimes. No, he wasn't. He was never arrested for international crimes. He was arrested and charged with crimes in the United States. The process of abducting him was considered an international crime. They're like, no, we were just serving an international warrant. So it wasn't international. It was fucking from the United States, bro. There's nothing about that warrant was international.
Yeah, it should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country, and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming, because they've really sued him just on a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression: never forget. Can never forget.
Sorry, like this posturing, there's no way that this works on anybody, dude. Only MAGA buys this bullshit. There's no way that anybody else is gonna buy this fucking shit. The United States looks weak as fuck right now. We literally have Hegseth going and doing ads to try to get more people to join the military, going like, hey guys, you remember we told you guys that you could join the military if you were kicked out for COVID? And I know that expired, but just in case you thought we weren't serious about it, we're going to do it again, and we're going to extend that again. So if you didn't take us up on it the first time because you thought maybe we weren't being serious, I'm here to tell you we're being serious. You can come back. We'll let you come back. We promise. You can come. Please come back. Please, pretty please come back.
So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest.
Well, and then on top of that, we have like Trump claiming that Iran is in negotiations with them, and then Iran says no, we're not. Then we have Iran saying that they are now in talks because the United States reached out to them and are willing to like make some concessions, that now they're willing to make some talks, do some talks. Donald Trump has drastically pulled back from the initial lines that he was saying, where he's like, oh, the line is no enrichment, zero enrichment. That's the only thing that matters. And then eventually it's, we have to take out all of their leadership. It's got to be all of them. Can't be any left. And then eventually now he's saying, well, all that matters is that they just don't build a bomb. That's it. That's what I've said from day one. They just don't build a bomb. As long as they don't build a bomb, then we can negotiate. That was not your fucking line, bro. What the fuck? They are just really like stepping back and changing what it was they were initially saying was like the whole point in the war.
Greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000, the S&P hit 7,000. Both of those.
Now it's down 50,000.
Achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you, I guess, said you'll never hit 50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it.
Who the fuck said this? What the fuck is he talking about? Who the fuck said this? Who said that? What is he talking about? You all said. You all said. It was too high of a number nobody's ever seen before.
In our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from blowing up the world, blowing up the Middle East, and blowing up our country. And we did that. And I thought, frankly, the oil prices would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. It hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and
it went up 50,000, it went down 50,000. And now it's oh, nobody thought it could go up that high. Nobody thought that we could achieve such a big number. Then it goes down by the same fucking number. It's like, oh, it's not that bad. It's actually yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Not that bad.
maybe the people sitting around this table.
Wow.
But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story. Well, it should be a big story. I don't think you write about it that much, but I speak about it. You know, I speak about it because if I speak about it, at least people hear. You don't write about it. You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%.
Oh, he didn't say 700% this time. Okay, somebody talked to him about math. Somebody told him how math works. All right. We're making some progress here, guys. Somebody got through to him. Not 700%. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't mean anything, Mr. Trump. You can't keep saying 700%. That's not a thing. You can't bring down prices 700%.
You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%. Favored nations. Called most favored nations. We're going to be paying the lowest price anywhere in the world. Before we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's quite a difference. It's a difference of from 40 to 70 and 80 and even 90%. That's a pretty big difference. But we're slashing regulations and investment is pouring in from all over the world. We have the most investment of any country in history has been put into our country in the last year. And again, we had to take a little detour. It won't be long. Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire. Very dangerous fire that could have blown up big portions of the world, if not the whole thing. So tomorrow we'll be announcing a variety of actions that we're taking to support American farmers, who we never forget. We love the farmers. We gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We had a tremendous amount of tariff money come in, and we continue to have. We've gone, as you know, the Supreme Court gave us a very unfortunate, foolish ruling. A ruling that gives the people that have ripped off our country for many years, gives them some money back. It's one of those things. It's a terrible, horrible mistake they made. But it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial, we gave our farmers who have been mistreated by some countries, we gave them $12 billion. And they're extremely happy. And they deserve it. They've been great. They never complain. They just go out and they farm, and they wouldn't do anything different. They wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Somehow I don't see that. I like their job better, actually. I love the farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary.
The farmers were not happy with it. The farmers were very upset, saying that it wasn't going to come anywhere close to covering their costs.
Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up as much as I thought, Scott, to be honest with you. And you know, it's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower And my predictions have been right. Trump was right about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything. It's pretty right. But Scott's going to address that. And I think before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President.
Trump was right about everything. There's 20 million illegal aliens in our country. Oh, we've the majority of the people that we deported were people who actually came into the country legally, and the rest is like 700,000 deportations of illegal immigrants, and now we're pretty much done with mass deportations. But there were 20 million illegal immigrants, and we were going to take them all out. We're getting rid of all of them. But we're pretty much done at like 700,000. And then on top of that, the fact that he said there was going to be no inflation under him, when obviously that's not the case. He's going to bring down housing prices, and then he said, oh, I'm not going to bring down housing prices. He said that he was going to fix the affordability issues, now says affordability issues is a Democrat hoax. He said that he was going to, that there was going to be no new wars under him. Now here he is starting a war. He's been doing, you know, gas prices are going to go down under him. They've gone up. It's pretty much been, you know, food costs gone up. Everything that he said he was going to do, he did pretty much the opposite. But Trump's right about everything. There's a hat that says it, so you know it's true.
J.D. Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation he's involved with Steve and with Janet on negotiations, and then some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time. And now people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday, gave you a very hard time, said, you know, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. So when I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said Hegseth. He gave you such a nasty hard time. But you're doing great. And then Steve is going to speak, and Scott will speak last. And if we have any questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed.
That sounds ableist. I don't know. That sounds like ablephobia.
They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people? But
Iran had already agreed to this before the war started. They'd already agreed to this in negotiations. The sticking point was not whether or not they were going to have a nuclear weapon. The sticking point was whether or not they were going to accept no enrichment, zero enrichment. That was the thing that they were fighting on. Trump wanted them to agree to zero enrichment, and they refused to agree to it. That was the sticking point. Not whether or not they were going to build a bomb. They were never saying, no, we have to build a bomb.
But can kill many, many tens of thousands of people. That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation, but the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them. But they're fighting at a time where we are about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Marco?
The most important job any president has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones. And that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, you know, we're unlike them. We're not
successful in terms of what? What are the terms that makes this successful at all? Like, it's such bullshit that they just sit around all day patting themselves on the back, talking about how great they've done. To do what? What is it that you've accomplished here? What are you even trying to accomplish?
Embassies and hotels, we're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the Vice President pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. You know, it's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48, because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And
should have done what?
Some
What
are
did you
saying
do?
now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business.
Some are saying that.
Steve Witkoff, please.
It's always some are
Mr.
saying.
President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of your cabinet and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury.
Yes.
Which we did. However,
Holy shit. I just got the blueprint for the seeker grenades. This is something that I have needed badly.
became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs, among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Ratcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop, and our compelling military successes in epic fury, we have had multiple reach-outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully. I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator, and this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this: we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace.
What
and that
the
we
fuck
should
is
make
this?
that our
This is just a
priority.
whole other dick sucking?
We have delivered that message,
What is
sir,
this?
along with the 15 points for peace.
What are we doing here?
Finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again.
Oh.
Good. Thank you very much.
You tell him.
Doing a great job. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced.
The media.
Folks here
the
in the room,
TDS media.
these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission.
Yeah,
My
you
message
hate
to the
America.
media is get it right.
Yeah.
This actually isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that?
Yeah.
It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working
fucking
hand in glove. Back then, it
Democrats.
was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success.
Pure
on plan,
American
as the president
success,
said,
guys.
Ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed. Over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over
Distilled
150 naval
American
vessels sunk, underground
success.
facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles. And overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed.
And then tomorrow they're going to be like, we're going to bomb their Navy like no one's ever seen. Tomorrow they'll be right back to talk about, we're about to decimate their Navy. It's like, didn't you say you did that on day one? How the fuck are you decimating their Navy today? If you did it weeks ago.
Overnight in operation. So no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media, though. If President Trump had not acted,
here's the thing.
You'd be screaming, why not?
Yeah.
And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you?
Yeah.
It's the same old tired playbook, TDS.
Yeah, same old TDS.
DNA.
Yep.
But the hardworking,
Russia.
God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks, but we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo.
Fucking libs.
And now we're destroying those weapons, and you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy.
We had to act,
complete
guys.
dismantling.
We had to act. It was very dangerous. They were really, we know that they were really about to do something real big and dangerous too. And it was scary. We were all scared. Right, Mr. President? We were all scared. And now, thanks to you, we're not scared anymore. I've been hiding under my bed for weeks, and then you came along, and now I get to come out from under my bed. Thank you, Mr. President, for making me not scared anymore, making me feel like a man again. Let's go.
Of their missile program and defense industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not changed since day one. Yet, 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again,
surprise.
Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000
the
kilometers
liberals
from
love
Iran.
them.
Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. 810 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting, and we see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that.
It doesn't look
President
like it, but it doesn't look like they opened everything either. It's not my key. It was empty when I walked in here, so. Oh, you opened it? Oh, my bad. Wait, okay, yeah, I don't want to open your shit either.
Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal, and we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But
I just realized this entire time I've been on the fucking Prox chat where everybody can hear me going, yeah, thanks, Mr. President. Thanks for letting me be a man again. I can see my penis again. I just realized, yeah, they can all hear me saying that shit this entire time, so. It's awesome.
But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops. Our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This president, President Trump, has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day. We ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino. And he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard, like the father, friends. They grew up together. And it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged in the group right here. It's not happening anymore.
And they don't have
We
to
a
hide
safe
under
city.
their beds anymore.
Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, can you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders. But they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for LA. And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we could do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons.
Wow.
They were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers.
Wow.
Murders, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do.
Whoa.
I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want him, we'll give him a chance. And he's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, you know, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends they're very substantial people. They're in a
Very
certain business
substantial
where
people.
have made a lot of money. I hope that lasts. But they have a tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest cities in the world. Now it's got a lot of crime. And the mayor's really trying. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance. Whoa. And I said, we'll give you a chance. But we can solve it very quickly. This young lady would be around today if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to believe that number could be possible because millions of people came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the caravans of thousands, 25, 30,000 people pouring into our border.
Nobody's applying for visas either. Like, we've dropped drastically in people applying for work visas and people applying for school visas. We've dropped drastically in tourism. We've dropped drastically just like across the board, not just illegal immigrants. So yes, like while Biden was president, yeah, people liked our country more and wanted to come into our country more. And then when Trump's president, yeah, nobody really wants to come into our country anymore. It's not considered a great country at this point. The perspective of our country has dropped off drastically. If you look at opinion polls from across the world, the rest of the world does not look at our country the same anymore. This is who we are now. We are looked at as the country of Trump at this point.
Come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed it, but I think it was me. I thought it was inappropriate. And thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged. What are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be...
It's the open border policy. It was the policy, guys. Remember the policy? Remember the policy where they're like, you know what? We're making it a policy. Open borders. That's the policy. You got to abide by it. It was a policy. It was passed. It was Trump doesn't. I truly, I don't think Trump knows what a policy is. I really don't. Like, I think if you asked him what a policy was, he couldn't explain it. I don't think he could tell you what a policy is.
I couldn't believe it, but when it was actually, you know, it dawned on me because I had built 1,000 miles of wall, and we were finishing up some, and he didn't want to finish it up. I said, they really do want to have an open border.
Oh, yeah, really.
And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago and in New York and in other places. And they love doing it. It's like training, to be honest. It's actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C. I mean, maybe somebody later on will do it, but I never want to take. You know, the people, they look, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people. And they're so nice. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. last night. I drove to make a speech, and I drove through, and I said, take me this way, take me that way. The city's clean. The fences are down. You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. And it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret.
Everybody knows
that. It became
that.
unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. You know, I was honored when the board changed the name a little bit. Actually, it shows that the Republican and the Democrats, they work together. It's really something we work together. So I think it's a great symbol, actually. But we're doing a lot of work. That building's ready to fall down. It's in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're going to open it with a bang in less than 2 years. It'll come in under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do. It won't be like the Federal Reserve that's costing $4 billion or something thereabouts. Think of it, $4 billion. You know, it's amazing. I said to the group before, I said, everything I do, I get sued. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. I get sued over a ballroom that's going to be the most beautiful ballroom in the country, so desperately needed. You won't have to have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out to honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest. We get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing. Then I just found out we got sued by that group and another group, I guess, on the fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy. It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump. But we got sued. And all I'm doing is fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble. We're putting on a roof because it leaks like a sieve. We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing it. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color. Beautiful cream white. It's beautiful. Everyone says
that's
so much
really
more
good
beautiful
then.
now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate
Glad
gold.
that's
So I'm
happening.
a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's going to be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just
shit.
It's 24 karat, which is what this building deserves. But think of it.
Fuck!
I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix up. I got sued by preservationists.
Help.
But you know who they didn't sue? The man
Help.
that took this beautiful Federal Reserve building.
Help.
It's small, much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road. And it was a beautiful job for $201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an open office space, which is much cheaper to build. Think of this.
Help.
I hear he's going to be over $4 billion for a little building.
Help.
He doesn't get sued by anybody but me.
Help.
I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25 million.
Help.
It's going to cost
Somebody
maybe
help.
$4 billion.
Help.
And we have a great new person coming in to take
Help.
over the Fed. And
Help.
Kevin may not ever have an office.
Help.
Because I don't know if they're going to be able
Help
to build. I
me.
passed that building the other day. It's a see-through.
Somebody
you know what
help.
see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend.
Somebody help.
But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke.
Somebody
by the way,
help.
They didn't sue that
Help.
building. They didn't sue anybody.
Help.
But
Somebody
they sued
help.
me and I build. And by the way, my buildings,
Help.
it's all donations.
Somebody
Rich
help.
people and people are
Help.
putting up the money. Zero
I'm down.
taxpayer dollars. Is that
Defib.
right, Scott? Zero
Defib,
taxpayer
anybody?
dollars.
Defib.
This stuff is all done for free and I get sued.
Defib.
It's going to only happen to Trump. But they don't sue the guy whose interest rates are too high. That's why we call him Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call him Jerome Too Late Powell. And done a terrible job. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, as he probably should, because I hit him pretty hard. So I don't blame him. But they don't sue a man who has taken this gorgeous building, ripped it down from the inside, taking ceilings that are as beautiful as you've ever seen, taking the ceilings down instead of leaving them, taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch walls with no insulation. I said, let me ask you, are you going to put insulation in? No, it's not in the budget. Insulation costs $5. Now you're going to hear the guy next door. If he's next door to me, I'll be able to hear his military plan. I'll know exactly. If Lutnick is in there, I'll say, oh, I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They've ripped this gorgeous building apart, and you can never build it again. I could, but it costs a lot of money. But a normal person can never build. So you're going to have crumpled little walls.
You can.
A flat little ceiling eventually, but right now you don't have anything. And nobody sues this guy. And then when Jeanine Pirro, working with Pam and others, has the courage to sue to find out what happened to maybe $4 billion and a building that may never be occupied by Kevin Warsh. She may never get there. We're going to have to find him some space in the White House. We'll put him in the basement of the ballroom. but when, now think of it, when Jeanine Pirro and Pam and the group, when they bring a suit, it's like, oh, this terrible thing. And then we have a judge that attacks us. So we've got to get our priorities straight. You know, it's a very sad thing that's happened with the Fed. And then just one other thing very quickly, you have Gavin Newsom in California Railroad. That's 100 times over budget. It's out of control. It was supposed to go from the middle of San Francisco to the middle of LA. Well, now it stops way short of both. It now goes into areas that nobody ever heard of.
Nobody ever heard of them.
Billions and billions of dollars over budget, years and years, maybe decades late. And that's why we have a country that has a lot of problems. You know, we have incompetent people. It's all people. Think of this: Federal Reserve. I would have had that building done for $25 million. I would, if I did it, it was up to, somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50. But you could have done that building if it was properly done and planned. You would have done that building for, I would have done it for $25 million, and it would be better. It would be better. See, this pen right here, this pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing. So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well, Sharpie. So I came here. They have $1,000 pens. And you know, you hand pens out, you're signing, and you hand them out. You're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people. And they were $1,000 a piece. Beautiful pen, ballpoint. 1,000. It was gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're. What is this, Mommy? It's kids.
This, okay, there's another clip of this where as soon as he said he's handing it out to kids, Marco Rubio goes, like, he looks like he just saw a fucking ghost, but it doesn't show it
I'm
here.
handing out to kids that don't even know what they're. What is this, Mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is, and I feel guilty because I'm like, you know, I'm by nature I don't, you know, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money, so I'm saying this is crazy. And it had another problem. They didn't write well. So I take it out, and I sign, and there's no ink. And I got all you people looking, and you say, there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing, and there's no ink in the pen, and it costs $1,000. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it, saying Sharpie. As I'm signing a $1 trillion airplane contract to buy brand new fighter jets, brand new B-2 bombers, of which we just ordered plenty. I can't do that with the press. Use your pen, but I like the pen the best, but I'll sign it. I could.
Bro, he just rambles about the most insane fucking shit. What is he even talking about right now? What the fuck is he even talking about right now? He's just rambling about absolutely fucking nothing. Holy crap. He started off talking about the war, then went on to talk about what it was, like how much he would build a building for, and then now somehow this brought him to talk about what pen he signs with? What is happening? What is going on? What is he talking about?
Do like Biden did, you know? Give it to somebody else to sign, or an auto pen, or maybe sign it separately in another room, but I can't use a pen. He said, well, I can make it nicer. I said, what can you do? He said, I'll paint it black. I said, that's nice. And I can even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like, in gold.
In gold.
Almost real gold, not bad.
Almost real
and I can
gold.
even do your signature, sir. And by the way, this was not staged. I just saw the pen sit there, and I thought that this is an example of how $25 million spent by me at the Federal Reserve Building would be a better job than $4 billion that they're spending. And you know, one of the things that Kevin Warsh told me, he said they ripped down the nicest building. I don't know what building they're talking about. They ripped down a building, Scott, right? Kevin Warsh said it's the most beautiful building in Washington. He said the most beautiful space. They ripped it down. Why did they do that? I don't know. Do you know what he's talking about? Is it true?
Yes, sir.
They ripped it down. We have a moron at the Fed. Who wouldn't be lowering interest rates right now? But I want to thank Janine Pirro and Pam and her group for having the courage to bring this suit. And I believe that the contractor on that job is probably one of the richest men in the country right now. I believe that it's not possible to spend that kind of money. $3 billion, $4 billion, nobody knows. Nobody has any idea what it is.
Nobody knows.
But it's over $3 billion, and it's probably going to be over $4 billion by the time they finish. And it may never get finished. Unless I take it over, I'll get it finished. But it can never be what it was. It's never going to have those beautiful ceilings. It's never going to have those incredible walls. The walls were 1.5 feet thick of solid masonry. They ripped them down for no reason. And I just give you the story. And just to finish on this one, so I told that story to somebody and said, yeah, but it's not the same thing. I said, you're right. This one is better. It writes. So the guy said to me, you don't have to pay me, sir. I'll give them to you for nothing. I said, no, I don't want that. Let me pay you. I want to pay you. No, sir, you don't have to. You're the President of the United States. He was shocked. The head of Sharpie gets a call. I don't even know who the hell he is. He said, is this really the President? He said, no, you don't have to pay me, sir. This is such an honor. I said, nope, I want to pay you. He said, what would you like to pay? I said, how about $5 a pen? He said, that's all right. Whatever the hell we.
Is it the guy from Sharpie's probably gonna come out any day and be like, that none of that ever fucking happened, dude. They just put in an order for pens online. We filled the order. What always happens.
They agreed to peanuts, as opposed to 1,000. And these were $1,000 pens. And we were giving them out. Sometimes, you know, you were there for signings. I'd have 30, 40 people standing behind me. I'd give out 40 pens to people. Then somebody would say, could I have a couple extra? This way I'd go like this. Here, you want 5? Here, take 5. But the bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for $5, could be 0, but for $5, I get a much better pen than for $1,000. And I can hand them out. And actually, they become hot as a pistol. So what can I tell you? And with that, could I give it to, please, a man who's done a great job at Treasury. Good luck, Scott.
Well, sir, as always, you're a tough act to follow, but that is very illustrative. Your economic leadership has made our military mission possible. Mr. President, national security, as you always say, is economic security. Your leadership has shown the American people that there is no prosperity without security. That our mighty military on one side, but the U.S. economic strength is fighting off this evil regime. The Iranians believe they are fighting a two-front war. It is the military war that our great warriors are prosecuting, but on the other side, they are trying to take control of the global economy through a choke point that we believe does not exist and that we will overcome. The historic Operation Epic Fury seized a generational opportunity to demolish a regime that has coordinated over 4 decades of global terror and claimed thousands of American lives. Many people, especially the Democrats, underestimate the will of the American people for short-term volatility for 50 years of safety that we are going to have on the other side of this. And I believe energy prices will be lower, inflation will be lower before we had the appearance of security, which is not real security. Now, the American people and the world will have absolute security. Through your maximum pressure campaign, Treasury has worked to uncover all financial lifelines to the regime and cut them off. You gave that order last March. This was not something that happened overnight. This is something that has been contemplated for almost a year. They're finding that the Iranian financial system collapsed in December. We have systematically weakened Iran's ability to fund operations and procure weapons, and that required months of preparations. Threats to American national security have no place in the global economic system. The oil market is well supplied. We have taken actions to ensure oil supplies stranded at sea are made available to the global market. Your bold actions like the Development Finance Corporation's Maritime Reinsurance Program in conjunction with Central Command will soon provide shippers through the Gulf region with a level of security we had never seen before. Mr. President, we are starting to see more and more movement in and out of the Gulf today, and this is more than yesterday, and this is the beginning. I am confident that shipping traffic will continue to increase on a daily basis, even before we secure the straits. Turning to the home front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world thanks to your energy efforts in Term 1 and Term 2. The U.S. is an energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being restored.
Well done.
The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this tax season. 44% of tax returns have claimed at least one of your signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. The average tax refund is up more than 10% for working Americans. The economy you vitalized through your pro-growth policies is well positioned to withstand these temporary disruptions. The United States dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven asset. The U.S. dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began because everyone knows, thanks to your efforts, the U.S. economy is the best
Did he say
position in
it's
the world.
appreciated? Did he just say it's appreciated? Is that what he said? Is that what he really just said? The U.S. dollar has appreciated because of what they've done? Oh no. Somebody just went down and I don't have a fucking defib. I forgot to bring defibs this time. Did old buddy go down up here? You got him? I don't have a defib either. I'll see if I can find somebody.
And capital is flowing in. Efforts to reprioritize economic security are ensuring the United States remains secure, resilient, and prepared for the challenges ahead as we approach the 250th anniversary. America
Anybody
will
got a
never be
defib?
safer and
There's a
more
guy over
secure
here that needs a
militarily
defib.
and economically. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this guy Central Casting?
Guy in loading bay
I'm
needs
looking-
defib.
I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know. No, I'm looking pretty good too. I'm looking at this guy. He's Central Casting. Even the glasses are perfect. Where do you get those glasses? I think I'm going to get glasses. That's beautiful. Great job.
That's
really
beautiful.
good. No, he's done a great job. And you all have. Proud of you all. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President,
The guy in loading bay needs a defib.
Like, how do you secure Iran and...
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
What
all
kind of a
without it?
question? Am I going to go in for the, oh yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President,
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a report that potentially the U.S. is looking at diverting some munitions, air defenses that were meant for Ukraine to the Middle East. Is there any accuracy to that? Is that something you're considering?
Well, I'd have to ask you, but we do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany and all over Europe. We have, you know, we're packed. And sometimes we take from one and we use for another. We help Ukraine. Biden started, and he gave $350 billion away, too much, way too much. And we sell it now to NATO. We sell it to NATO, and they probably give it to Ukraine, mostly, I think. They give it to Ukraine, but we get paid for everything that we give. We don't give anything anymore. It's a tough situation, that whole Ukraine situation, very, very tough. We're working very hard on getting that one solved. It doesn't have any impact on us, virtually nothing. In fact, if anything, I mean, we sell a lot of equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000 people died last month, 25,000, mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for the most part soldiers. They're dying. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's a terrible situation, and hopefully that's going to get settled. You know, I settled 8 wars, and many of them I think were more difficult than this one. In theory, they were more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to this extent. And I think that's calming down a little bit, and I think we have a chance of getting it done. But it doesn't affect us thousands of miles away. That's why when I heard the head of Germany say, this is not our war about Iran, I said, well, Ukraine's not our war. We helped, but Ukraine's not our war. I thought it was a very inappropriate statement to make. But he made it. You can't erase it. But he felt that way. I said, well, you know, Ukraine's not our war. And it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. What's happening there is horrible. 25,000 on average.
Horrible.
2 months ago, it was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right? I said, it's getting crazy. It's getting worse. Think of it. 31,000
It's like a war.
soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, died 2 months ago. 25,000 last month. And if I can solve that, it would be a great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster. I solved other ones in 1 day that had been going for 32 years. We stopped one that was starting. It was already started. India and Pakistan, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a very fine gentleman, said President Trump solved something that was going to cost 10 million lives. That was going to cost a lot of lives, 2 nuclear nations. And those were complicated, but we got them done quickly. This one is, it's a shame. And the only reason I'm doing it, frankly, is because I want to stop death. I want to stop the death from happening. I think I'm going to go with a man that I've missed.
As he, just starts a war of choice in the Middle East, he's just really just sick of death, just so tired of death and don't want death to happen. Death's always bad, but also we're killing a bunch of brown people right now, so.
Yes, Brian, I haven't seen you in a long time. He's been in a very strange location. I don't know. He's had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Well, good to see you too. Actually, good to see that your car captain here, Linda. Good to see you too. You talk about gas prices coming down. Obviously, they will. But would you ever consider suspending the federal gas tax in order to kind of temporarily alleviate some?
Well, some people should do that. As an example, in California, every time prices go down, his prices go up because the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself, bigger than the product itself. It hasn't. I mean, we've thought about it, I guess, but honestly, when I did this, I knew it was going to be a little bit. We had the greatest economy ever. We had the greatest stock market in history. I said we're going to take a little bit of a hit, a short-term hit. It's going to end up going much higher than it was, in my opinion. I said we're going to have a great stock market. Nobody thought we could get to 50,000 or 7,000 in the respective indices. Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it did in the first year. They said it couldn't happen in 4 years. that you wouldn't hit 50 in 4 years, but you could maybe get close. We hit it in the first year. And I said, this is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve. And that's what I did. But
that's what he did.
The gas tax, you know, people have talked
They
about
said
it.
nobody could do it. You did it.
It's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I follow real quickly, you just recently took off Secretary Duffy.
I mean, dude, every time Trump talks, he's achieved something else that they said nobody else could do. It's crazy. I wonder who these people are who are all running around saying nobody could do these things. That he's got to be like all over the Guinness Book of World Records or some shit at this point, because he's just achieving stuff left and right that everybody thought was impossible until now. So it's impressive. It's impressive. I'm impressed. Somehow just always setting new records. Brilliant.
17,000 truckers off the road that quite frankly could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could we ever extend that to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, cab drivers? For someone who takes a lot of Ubers, a lot of my drivers can't speak
Oh, well, that's not good. I didn't like that. Go ahead, John.
So that's a really good point. The problem is that our states are the ones that issue these licenses. So with commercial driver's licenses, we do have some federal control. But again, we have thousands of people who can't speak the language, long-standing rule, and it's a safety issue, right? If you can't understand road signs, if you can't communicate with law enforcement when you're pulled over and communicate what's on your rig, huge problem. But the last administration, Mr. President, they let truck driving schools self-certify that they were qualified to train truck drivers. And so this is like the Leering Center. So you pay $800.
It's just like the Leering Center, yeah.
You get a certificate that you passed a CDL driving school.
Everything now is just like the
again,
Leering
they have
Center.
no
it's
skills.
crazy
They
how
never-
many things are like the
They don't
Leering
have the knowledge,
Center.
they don't have the skills, they haven't gone through any of the testing. And then they get licenses, and they're killing Americans on our roads. So it's remarkable, the rot that the last administration allowed to take place. We are ending that, and I need partnership with our states. Even California started to...
Can you guys hear the fucking music that's blasting on this game right now? Some fucking douchebag's just blasting music through his microphone.
to come on board. Even Gavin has started to play ball with us, which is surprising. Not all the way, a little bit of ball.
Mr. President,
You know, it's interesting because I just saw something that the nursing home business and the daycare centers in particular, they went out and inspected them in Minnesota, and they didn't exist. They're knocking on doors. He happens to be a young man, Nick, nice young man. He's done a very good job. They're knocking on doors. It's like homes. And they're getting hundreds of thousands of that. They didn't exist. And in California, it's worse. It's even worse. And I spoke with Russell Vogt. I said, Russell, don't send them any money. He said, but we have a court order that we have to. Can you believe it? A judge. The judges are really hurting this country. Our judges, Justice Roberts doesn't like when I say it, but the judges are really hurting this country. And frankly, the justices, the Supreme Court, has really hurt our country too.
Mr. President, do you have a new deadline, given that there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll say, look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. You know, I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
Oh.
You can do anything you want.
Okay. They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there, we're going to let you have 8 boats of oil.
Oh,
8 boats.
shit.
Eight
The guy died?
boats of oil. This was 2
Poor
days
guy.
ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news, and they said, a very good anchor, actually, happened to be Fox. But I watched it, and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And
So, okay, so he's saying this right now because the other day he kept talking about how he was in negotiations with people, and they asked who he was negotiating with, and he kept saying he didn't know. And so then everybody was like, wait, what the fuck? How do you not know? And then Iran came out and said, we're not in negotiations with him. So then everybody's like, wait, is he negotiating with somebody who like literally doesn't have any authority? Is he just negotiating with somebody and has no idea who the fuck it is? Just someone who's pretending to have like the ability to negotiate? Or is he just lying and saying he's negotiating with somebody? And so yeah, everybody was starting to think maybe he's just negotiating with nobody. Maybe it's just somebody pretending to be in charge that's just fucking with him and pretending to be able to negotiate. And so that's why, yeah, now he's saying who he was negotiating with is because he wants everybody to believe that he's negotiating with the real deal.
Ended up being 10 bucks. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
Yeah, two illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring deportation orders. At the same time, as you highlighted, really great reception from American travelers for ICE agents. Is there a PR aspect of this that can allow future deportations to go on with less protesting, less outrage?
Yeah, it's amazing, because by putting ICE there, look, the press was very unfair to ICE. So was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find murderers and take them out of our country. I wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do it. Most people wouldn't want to do it. They do it. And, 11,888 murderers. And that's murderers. That's not drug dealers. That's not lots of other things. It's not people from mental institutions. Entire jail populations were released from major countries and let into our country through the open border. And ICE has done an amazing job. I wouldn't want that job. It's a tough job, dangerous job. But so what happens is, by putting them at the airport, and I just say, do me a favor, take off your masks. And they did. For that, not for when they're looking for some,
I literally just saw a video of them the other day with masks on, arresting somebody.
Cold-blooded killers, and they're in the neck. But for that, and they did, they took them off. And the passengers, I see the interviews of people, they're saying, these are nice people. One person said, he's a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my bag. He helped the woman with a bag that she couldn't lift. And I'll tell you, I don't want to use the word rehab because there was nothing to rehab, but rehab from the press, because the press is so tough on them. And these crooks in Minnesota, these crooked politicians and dirty cops. They're dirty cops, they're dirty politicians. Waltz is a dirty, crooked politician. The Attorney General is a crooked guy. He's no investigations, and I hope JD's going to do a great job. He's in charge of it now with somebody who's very talented. But I think it's easy stuff. They say $19 billion, think of it, is missing. $19 billion. If we would solve half of the fraud problem, Pam, in this country, we would have more than a balanced budget. We'd have a surplus. And in the case of Minnesota, it's very Somalia-oriented.
Somalia.
These people come from a crooked country, disgusting country, one of the worst countries in the world. Acknowledged
Disgusting.
to be one of the worst countries in the world. Some people say it's the worst. They have no money, they have nothing. They come to our country, low IQs, and they rob us blind. Stupid people. And they rob us blind. Because we have crooked politicians, and we have dirty cops. The Attorney General's a dirty cop. It's my opinion. It's only my opinion. And something should be done about him. Let's see what kind of job he
Mr. President,
does.
yesterday you said that you hate mail-in ballots.
Excuse me?
Should Iran be able to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz? They're charging some vessels to go through.
Oh, yeah. Well, should they be able to? I mean, they shouldn't be able to, but they're doing it a little bit. I don't look. Their capability is a lot less than it was 2 weeks ago, and with every week and every day, frankly, it gets less and less. All I can tell you is they're begging to make a deal. So let's see what happens. We may make a deal. Tell me about mail-in ballots. Go ahead. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm president of the United States, and because of the fact that I'm president of the United States, I did a mail-in ballot for elections that took place in Florida. because I felt I should be here instead of being in the beautiful sunshine
But you
taking.
were in Palm Beach, sir, the last few weekends.
That's right, and I decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there because I had a lot of different things.
They wear masks because these insane liberals are threatening their families and their lives. Really? How many of them have died? They must be dying left and right, right? Like all of these people coming after them. There's so many people coming after them. It's just it's crazy how many died.
But you know, we have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know.
Let's get a count. It's 0, actually. 0. The last one that died, I think, was in 2011 on the job. There's only been 2 people who have ever died on the job in the history of or been killed on the job in the history of ICE since it was created in 2000. I think it was 2001, and the majority of people who have died while working for ICE, there's been a lot have died, but by far the majority of them were from COVID. So it was 2003. Okay.
Know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception. If you're in the military, we have an exception. If you're on a business trip, we have an exception. If you're disabled, we have an exception. And if you're ill, if you're not feeling good, we have. So I was away, mostly in Washington, D.C., so I used a mail-in ballot. But I appreciate the question because I know it was so well-meaning. Yeah.
Mr. President, I actually just looked up the company that owns Sharpie, and they stopped positive after you mentioned it.
By the way, they deserve it. It's a good product.
So you gave a 5-day deadline. With oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them.
All the mine droppers.
Take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. You know, if you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think, the problem with that, that's not like you've decimated the military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited, and we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together, but with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this. We've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that costs $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably want to make a little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So are you thinking of taking control of Iran's oil?
It's an option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. We've taken in billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country.
Ever.
And it's sort of like a joint venture. But the United States has made a lot of money, Marco, right? With it. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
About Venezuela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore. And it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing to the Venezuelan government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals.
Yeah, brown people aren't stealing it anymore. Now we're stealing it.
Pay teachers.
Much better.
We get a lot of it. And they got more than they have in many years. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million, think of this, 100 million barrels we took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels. That's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships. And we got some, and they got some. We paid for the ships. A lot of money left over. And Venezuela has done better now with us. Call it a partner, call it whatever you want. We've made a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money. We've paid for the cost of that military hit many, many times over. And we've only just started. Our relationship with Venezuela has been amazing. The people, actually, I'm the highest polling person. In other words, after the presidency, I think I may go to Venezuela and run for president against Delcy. I may run against Delcy. It's an option. No, they like me in Venezuela, but it's an option for me. It's a wonderful option. Yes.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon, potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they'd probably like us to stay, but
the concern,
if we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour. You can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, they've been very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the three of them, Kuwait, Bahrain. They've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. We had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own. It's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Is it possible to wipe down your war while Iran still has that enriched uranium? Is it even possible?
Well, you're going to have to see, but I think we're in just very good shape. We're roaming. You know what we're doing? You know the word roaming free? We're over their skies with the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free. There's not a damn thing they can do about it. It would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times,
fake news media,
and the Wall Street Journal was terrible, terrible.
Well,
terrible. I read a
terrible.
story today that I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care.
Yeah, the opposite.
I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis. No, I don't talk about you. I can't talk about specifics. A lot of people say that wouldn't matter. Maybe it does matter. Who knows? But I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry about I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But I can't say what we're going to do because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called, the 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th Amendment, which they didn't do with Biden, which is shocking.
Shocking.
Safe enough to leave the region because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So,
well, again, I can't talk to you about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something? I can't talk to you about that.
You're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount.
Not
Chris, do
even
you want to speak
affected,
to that
guys.
for a second?
Yeah, that's correct.
Your
Our
prices
total
haven't
oil
gone up.
production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty
yeah,
good.
Pretty
You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Mr. President,
That's what they call it.
Anything else you want to say?
Well, same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. I mean, we're the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production's ramping up.
We're doing an amazing job. We're getting a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I both had a chance to be there, I literally think they're going to put a statue to President Trump, and I'm not being, it's not a political statement, it's an actual thing.
So. That would be a great honor.
No, because it's like
The the leader is literally, last I heard, she was bucking on him and saying that like he's not running the country, that like she's gonna do what she wants, and that she's willing to work with him, but like she's in charge, and that he's not making decisions for anybody, and blah blah blah, and that Trump was like super pissed that she said this, and now he's back to saying the opposite again. I have no idea what the fuck is going on over there, dude.
View President Trump like Simon Bowler. He's the liberator of a country, and this is a country where they love American baseball. You look on the street, they're wearing NBA jerseys, and Delcy and her team working with us, getting back. Chris and I both experienced it. Was the first time in Venezuelan history that they had the free press allowed to come on to essentially where the White House, the Palacio Miraflores, and it was an emotional thing for people that had been for 20 years had never had a chance to be there. So whether it's and then production, it's showing up in production. The American companies that are coming back, most of those American companies have many American Venezuelan team members. One company in Houston's got 600 Venezuelan Americans that know more about reviving that industry. So their GDP is 1/4 of what it was before. They want to get back. They remember what it was. Their production on oil production is climbing towards 50% increase just in the 3 months we've been here. That flows to American refineries on the Gulf Coast, lowering the price of gas in America. So it's a
forget that. When are they going to do the statue?
Thank you. You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by...
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. And are you surprised by how weak...
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great, other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was Look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate it. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us for small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why he what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me, no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help.
He's like Honest Dave,
we always would have been
He's
there
always
when
honest.
They needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. I was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, that was great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said,
yeah. We all believe you,
would
bro.
love to have you come up. Bring your boats.
Totally.
You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, does it affect the state visit with the King that you're going to have in April? Are you looking forward to that?
With the King?
With the King coming here?
No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with.
I know him as
different. But
King Charles.
He's
What
going to
the
be here very
fuck?
soon, as you know. We're going to have a state dinner. It's going to be great. But I was very disappointed when the Prime Minister said, I won't be able to. It started with the island that the indigenous have claimed away from your country. And for some reason, you went for it. And all of a sudden, indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it. He was afraid that we would do something to himself.
What the fuck is he talking about right now?
And when we needed the island to land that beautiful B-2 bomber, we were told we can't use it. We'd have to fly back to Missouri, which is a 17-hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you gotta be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake.
Mr. President, is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, and if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament just passed a major deportation plan. Some of the tenets of it are that member states can deport rejected asylum seekers to third countries regardless of whether they have a connection to it. It allows for detention periods of up to 2 years and also offshore return hubs or detention centers similar to our.
Who did this? Which country?
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was 389 in
Good.
favor to 208 against.
I'd vote with them, yeah.
Europe is where you are now. Do you think that will move the needle with Democrats?
I don't care about the Democrats. The Democrats hate our country. The Democrats are in chaos right now, and they have no common sense.
No common sense.
They have one quality that's amazing. They stick together. And it's harder because they stick together in a ridiculous policy like men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, including
open borders for
murderers and
everybody.
anybody
Yeah.
else that want it. We're open to you. Come in, murderers. You know why they do that? They do that for a couple of reasons, but they do it for votes because they think they're going to vote for the Democrats. Even though I did great with the Hispanic vote, tremendous with the Hispanic vote. You know, like.
Doesn't that disprove the whole fucking theory when he says this shit? Like, I don't get, like, the whole idea is that Democrats do this so that the Hispanics come in, Latinos come in, they vote for Democrats, and Democrats know this, so that's why they keep doing it. But then, when they go and vote for Trump at 45%, as, again, Democrats have always said that, like, Latinos are very, like, conservative people, that if Latino people are here long enough, second and third generation, they're going to start voting conservative. So this isn't like a good long-term plan for Democrats, that if this is what they were doing, that they would not be doing it this way. And now they're voting for fucking Trump and Republicans at a 45% rate. It's almost 50%. And somehow they're still running around making the same fucking stupid claims that Democrats are trying to let everybody in to help their voting numbers. It makes absolutely no fucking sense, dude.
Turn that whole thing around. The Hispanics like me and I like them. And you know, it's interesting with Hispanics. When I built the wall, everybody said, oh, that's going to ruin us for the Hispanic. It was just the opposite. They know all about immigration and they know all about death and crime, and they're smart people and they have common sense. They wanted to be protected from the people that were coming into our country. So, you know, I won the election with a very tremendous Hispanic vote, and I think it's higher now than it was then. So we're a party of common sense. The Democrats are a party of insanity. They're a party that will destroy our country. If I didn't win this election, I believe our country would have been destroyed by now. 1 year is all it would have taken. If you had Kamala or Sleepy Joe, either one, it wouldn't have mattered. The same thing. Two sleepy people. Two sleepy people. I believe, and by the way, Gavin Newsom, who is one of the candidates, I believe he took himself out of the running when he says he suffers from mental disability. And a reporter said it was terrible that I talked that way about somebody with mental disability. I said, I have no problem with it, but I don't want a person with mental disability to be my president. I mean, you don't want to have a person with mental disability being your president. And Gavin Newsom said that he can't read a speech. He can't do almost anything. And then he said he's as dumb as all the people in the room. And he got accused of being a racist, which was an amazing say. I thought it was the worst interview I've ever seen anybody give. He's actually a very stupid person. So I believe he's out of the running. I think that statement, that interview, he admitted that he's a stupid person. I don't want a stupid person being president. You know, I'll say it right now, I'll say it because no press never reports it.
This fucking
I'm the only
guy
president
did.
that ever took a cognitive test. I took it 3 times.
Here we go again.
It's actually a very hard test for a lot of people. It wasn't hard for me. But it's a cognitive test. It starts off with an easy question, and by the time you get to the middle, it gets tougher. By the time you get to the end, very few people can answer those questions. They get very tough mathematical equations and things. I took it 3 times. I aced it all 3 times in front of numerous doctors that I have no idea who they are. And I was told when I went in, they said, Doc Ronnie told me this. My current doctors are fantastic doctors. They said, well,
He's telling you he has no idea who they are, so you don't think he bribed them or anything. That's, I guess that's the reason. So I can't understand why the fuck you would say, I have no idea who they are.
well, if you take it, you know, it's Walter Reed. It's essentially a public hospital. And if you do badly, it's probably going to get out. But I aced it. I got them all right. And one doctor said, I've never seen anybody get them all right. I've been doing the test for 20 years. I want people, I would love to see anybody that's a president or a vice president or anybody that has any chance of being a president, I would like to see them take a cognitive test. Because we had a man in this office that had no clue what was happening. And let me give you a little secret. He wasn't a smart man 30 years ago. And I'll tell you.
Yeah, Trump is the guy who knows what's going on. Trump is he's the guy who really knows what's happening, okay?
About President Obama. He wasn't a smart man either. I know all about him. He wasn't a smart man. Highly overrated. He was a great divider. And our country can't go through that anymore. Can't go through. We have done an amazing job. I had to do a little stopover. I call it an excursion. I had to do a little stopover in Iran, and we had to knock the hell out of them because our country would not have been safe. The world wouldn't have been safe. I've done a great favor for the world. The world has not been reciprocal. Because when I told NATO, where we give billions and billions of dollars, trillions over the years, I said, do you mind coming up and giving us a little hand with the streets? Send up some. They didn't want to get involved. And I believe that's going to cost them dearly. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Keep moving. Thank you. Thanks. Keep moving, guys.
President Trump has spent the better part of a year criticizing America's allies, tariffing them, hurling insults at their leaders, threatening to leave NATO, and ultimately saying that the U.S. doesn't need them at all. But now he's requesting assistance to secure the Strait of Hormuz, and he's not happy with their response.
We defend all these countries, and then do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? I've been saying it for a long time. This is the greatest thing to come out of this. We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there. Many of them would not be there. And we're going to have to start thinking more wisely in this country.
Sources tell CNN that U.S. officials spent the weekend trying to rally support from foreign allies, hoping that they could announce a coalition soon. But today, almost in the same breath of calling for help, Trump is insisting that he doesn't need anyone else to get the job done.
I don't do a hard sell on them because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react.
Now, Trump says that some countries have told him that they are eager to help, but we still don't know which ones he's talking about. And many allies have actually publicly rebuffed the president. Like Germany, for example, their defense minister is asking, quote, what does Trump expect a handful or 2 handfuls of European frigates to do in the Strait of Hormuz that the powerful U.S. Navy cannot do? This is not our war. We have not started it. It's hard.
Yeah, it doesn't, like, calling on NATO for something like this just makes absolutely no sense because you're talking about like a war that you just chose to start that didn't have like any sort of safety implications on the United States, at least not that you've told anybody, not in a way that you've communicated to anybody. So the idea that other countries, while your country is already upset with you getting involved in this war, your country, it's unpopular in the United States, and now you expect other countries to come and get involved as well? You expect other countries to jump in and start using their resources too, when even your own country is mad at you for doing this? Absolutely no way.
Hard to get more blunt than that, Anna. And the president is also doing this, at least according to recent American history, particularly the lead up to the Iraq War, without doing this in advance. He's trying to cobble together a coalition after the fact. You can say what you will about how the Bush administration handled the Iraq War, but they went to Congress and got an authorization for military force. They went to the allies, put together a coalition of the willing, and then they went in.
As did Bush 1. As you will remember, when in Desert Storm, there was a UN-backed international coalition. Listen, Donald Trump hasn't made the case to the American people. We haven't so much as had an address to the American people about what he is doing in Iran. It's been all over the place. So it's hard to imagine that he has given a coherent explanation or pitch to the allies that, as you point out, he has been crapping on for over a year. You will remember how angry the Brits were earlier in the year when Trump called them a bunch of cowards, and they said, well, wait, we actually died for you all. We sent soldiers that died fighting alongside the United States. So it's no wonder that some of these international allies are looking at Trump and saying, you're on your own, buddy.
Yeah, and he criticized the Brits again today, and they did. I mean, okay, he just said in that clip, they've never come to our aid. They don't come to our aid. They have come to our aid. Yeah. The UK specifically came to our aid and lost almost 800 of their countrymen for us.
Yeah. Look, free Iran is a good cause, but this war right now looks like a very bad strategy. And part of the thing is, the reason that you try to be nice, the reason your parents raised you to be polite and be nice to people is because you never know who you're going to need to be your friend or when you're going to need a friend. He has managed to chase off all the people that used to like the United States. You can't even go anywhere in the world right now without people looking at you sideways just because of him. And now he's...
There's literally, I keep seeing videos of people from MAGA where they go travel to other countries and that they're mad that they're being treated differently for being from America now. And these are people who actually voted for Trump. And I'm sitting there thinking, what the fuck? You're mad? Think about the people who didn't even vote for this motherfucker and we're being treated differently by everybody else. Like, what do you mean? Think about the people who actually had enough sense to not vote for this guy in the first place. It's absolutely fucking insane. I mean, they literally, like, they have no foresight whatsoever. I'll give you one thing, okay? I'll give you one thing. MAGA did say it. Trump said this. MAGA said this. They said that, like, if we voted for Kamala, we would have a lot of inflation. If we voted for Kamala, we would be starting new wars. If we voted for Kamala, there would be a crazy person in the White House. If we voted for Kamala, we would be in fights with all of our allies. That gas prices would go up, that food prices would go up. Like, they were right about this. They were right about this. I'm not gonna lie. They were right about that. I voted for Kamala, and all of those things have happened. So, they were right about one thing. I voted for Kamala, and now gas prices have gone up, and food prices have gone up. We're out of war with Iran. We're losing allies. They got one thing right, okay?
Baby, please. Baby, please come back. It's like, dude, you blew it. This is not that you cannot get somebody back when you treat them this badly.
Carrot, stick? I mean, there's not much in the way of carrots these days.
I think he actually is trying to shame Europe. He wants to show the Americans who don't like the way he's handled NATO, don't like the way he's pressed NATO. He's trying to expose the fact that Europe is not a reliable ally. Now, I think they have been a reliable ally. They should be again. They're spending more on NATO than they had before. And of course, they should come when the United States president calls them. But I think his best prospects are in Asia. South Korea currently gets 70% of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Japan gets 40%. We have 50,000 troops in Japan and 35,000 in South Korea. The Japanese prime minister today implied that perhaps they could come and help patrol the strait. I think that's really where our alliance will end up being on this project. And I think Europe's going to look really weak and irrelevant when they do.
Will they? I mean, I actually, again, I want to go back also to just the basic premise. After the fact, we've already started the war. The strait is already closed. Iran is already bombing ships in the strait. We are now, after the fact, asking countries to come in and help us. And maybe Japan and maybe South Korea will. But the fact that they are being asked on the back end, and some of them are asking a basic question, how can they are democratic nations, how can they sell this to their people?
Well, look, I do think the president has to talk with our allies about what the long-term strategy here is. I think there is an argument to be made. I discussed this on your show 2 weeks ago about Iran, terror proxy groups, specifically focusing on China. 80% of their oil exports are purchased by China. That's a lot of cash inflowing into the Iranian regime to help terrorism continue. And so I think there's an argument that even our European allies would be open to if the president makes the case. I think the good side here, though, is there's been a lot of criticism about the president and our European friends. And I think the president is beginning to recognize the importance of the systems that the United States, quite frankly, built after World War II, the economic systems, the military systems. And so to me, I think that is one positive aspect of this. And I think our allies are open to listening to the president make a strong case, if he can, about the possibility of potentially going to their elected bodies and saying, hey, let's help our long-term friends, the United States, with this issue.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that Trump is learning more about the importance of our institutions?
I think that's very evident.
Because he seems to be suggesting that this is evidence that he doesn't need to respect NATO anymore, that NATO is irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm not interpreting it that way. I think that the reason he's coming to the conclusion that you want our British friends involved, you want our German friends involved. I think he said he spoke with Macron. He'll see what Macron has to say about this. To me, that's a recognition that when you have international conflicts such as this, you want to have your allies engaged with you. And I think that's a positive aspect of learning for the president.
I mean,
you got a funny way of showing it.
Yeah, well, listen, Trump has always thought that he could fix things alone. He has said in his convention speech, I alone can fix it. This is how he goes about things. He believes he doesn't need help from anyone else. He wants the credit. But now he is realizing, and I think he's realizing only because of political pressure, only because gas prices are going up, only because he's finally getting some heat from the Republican Party and Americans as a whole, that he actually needs help getting out of this conflict. He doesn't know how to get out of this conflict. And if he actually cared about our allies, he wouldn't have gone after Greenland. He wouldn't have said that our allies were not in the front lines in Afghanistan. He wouldn't have gone on True Social to kind of disparage any ally on any given day. And he would have actually consulted with them at the start of this versus at the end. And Abby brings up a very good point. It's after the fact. And even then, it is very hard for him. It's not who he is to ask for help. It is an ego thing at this point. And even his back and forth and his rhetoric around this is very interesting. He understands in order to get out of this, he needs our allies. They're not willing to help him because this is not their war.
Well, we
this
don't
is a
know.
war that Donald Trump got
Let me give
himself
you an
into.
example. I mean, the Germans are pretty clear. They're saying that the U.S. and Israel need to define when they consider the military aims of their deployment have been reached. We need more clarity here, he told reporters. Estonia's foreign minister said that U.S. allies in Europe want to understand Trump's strategic goals. What will be the plan?
That's a reasonable
eminently
ask.
reasonable
That's reasonable
to ask. And again, Trump, there was one point today where Trump...
I think Americans want to know too.
Americans want to know too. At one point today, Trump was relaying a conversation that he had with I believe it might have been the UK, where he was told basically, I'll get back to you. I have to go run this by my advisors, run this by people. And Trump's like, well, you don't have to do that. Well, actually they do. I mean, these are countries where the United States has not been this unpopular in over a decade, at the very least,
well,
right?
The quotes,
so Trump is asking them to go defend the U.S. at a time when, as Van pointed out, Americans are not very popular, and Trump in particular is deeply unpopular.
Yeah, sure, that's perfectly fine. I mean, you look at the recent history, international history over the past 100 years, the United States have involved and engaged ourselves in many conflicts that we didn't necessarily start. The two quotes that you read, I didn't hear any of those leaders say absolutely not, no, we're not going to engage ourselves. I heard a quest for more details and specificity on what the ultimate aims are. And to me, that's not an unreasonable ask. And if I were advising the president, I would say, let's put together that strategic assessment. You can talk about the past, what we should have, could have done. Let's focus on it now and moving forward.
Look, if he had that to give to the Europeans, then he should also give that to the United States, as Anna just said. Look, I mean, part of the problem here is that it's really a tragedy, because the Iranian people have been suffering for 47 years. Their hopes got raised now twice that they might get free. When they went out, but we've been ready, fire, aim on one of the most important situations in the world. We pull these economic levers to crash the economy and then have the protesters come out. That's the protesters come out. We say, stay in the streets, we'll help you. They get murdered.
30,000, I believe.
30,000 people murdered in 2 days. Our armada is on the other side of the world messing with Nicaragua.
Well, and it's weird because Trump is still saying that we're going to help them. Trump is still saying that, like, if they do something, we'll help them. We'll be there for them. He like, even while that is blatantly evident to Iranians that that's not the case, he's still claiming that we'll be there for them.
Nicaragua.
It was actually Venezuela.
I'm sorry, yeah, with Venezuela.
I wish it was Nicaragua.
Exactly.
President Trump putting ground troops in Iran is in so many ways the opposite of what he campaigned saying he was going to do. And there's real political risk for him.
There is political risk. I mean, we would have to see, and as you know, President Trump has reserved that option, not taken it off the table, as no commander-in-chief would sort of take that entirely off the table. But what that would look like and how large a force and how specific a mission will all factor into how the politics play out. But to hear Elena say that President Trump and his team are applying a huge amount of pressure on these allies to get on board here, I think reflects the huge amount of pressure Donald Trump is under right now as it relates to the overall mission here. Economic pressure, political pressure, and all of his own choosing to go forward with this action and join with Israel on this. And so I think one side of the equation reflects what's happening on the other side of the equation.
Governor Walker, what is your sense of, I mean, the Republican Party has been with Donald Trump to the hilt, right? I mean, some of the early polling shows, many of them still are supporting him, but there are fractures, certainly in MAGA world. Is it continuing to fracture as we see this go on day by day? How do you sense where things are standing?
Well, I think it's the timing as much as the next step. We talked on this show months ago when the bunker busters, so that quickly 5 times, were going in. And I said at the time there was a poll I thought he was consistent with, the poll showing that most Americans did not want a long, intense battle. At the same time, they didn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I think that is just as consistent, polling is just as accurate, not only amongst Republicans or Make America Great Again folks, but I think with Americans in general. They don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They were concerned about that, but they don't want this long, never-ending war. And so his key to sustain, not within the party, but within the country, to not see a big drop-off is not to have ground troops, not to have this go on forever. That's harder. That's much harder to do than to say.
And if preventing them from retaining nuclear material means sending Americans in, do you think he ultimately has support for that from Republicans?
I think it becomes much tougher. I think we saw the bunker buster go in. People liked that it was in and out. I think the initial reaction, most people were pretty favorable about if this is troops going on the ground there. I think that's where it starts to fly with the things he said. People said, nah, he's going against his perspective. He didn't say he would never take action. He talked about endless wars. And if this starts going on for months and months and months, it starts falling in that category.
Yeah, and I think also this is why you've heard from the White House, oh, this could last 4 weeks, 6 weeks, et cetera. And they continue to say that. They're pushing the timeline a little bit more. But if this is not, and I think this is why the Republican Party is willing to stick with him for a little bit, because he is saying this is about 4 weeks. What I find interesting are the political pressures that you were just referring to, is he is facing pressure, and that is why he's going to our allies. The problem with that is that over the last year, and Trump's, I think, overall view on the presidency has been this whole, like, I alone can fix it. He did this in his 2016 speech at the convention whenever he accepted the nomination. But that's how Trump has gone about his presidency, whether it be the last one and this one. And that's how he's gone about our relationship with NATO allies. And so now what's happening, whether it be Greenland, whether it be tariffs, whether it be going on True Social and bashing our allies, now he is finding he is in a situation where he needs to ask them for help. You played the video there a little while ago where it's unclear. He's nervous about asking them for help, and he certainly doesn't like it. It's not something he's used to doing.
He doesn't seem to want to be in a position where he's looking like he needs help
He
from
needs
anyone.
help. Exactly.
Right?
That is not what Trump does. And so now we're finding that he does need that. Will our allies come through? They need him for certain things. Who knows? But maybe he should have thought about embracing our allies over the last year instead of
He also
alienating
repeated
them.
the claim today that he doesn't think they'll ever be there for the United States at the end of the day, which, of course, that the only time that Article 5 was invoked was in the aftermath of 9/11 when those allies were indeed there for the United States.
And that's where I think the balance is. He's right when he says we don't need him, on one hand, it just makes it a lot harder. On the other hand, he's also right in that other instance where he said we'd like to have them. So the reality is it'd be easier if they were there. The United States could probably do it without the allies. But in the end, to keep this from going on forever, you probably do need the allies in this case.
Yeah. David, the behind the scenes with Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance is one of the more interesting elements of this. And I just want to touch on it briefly. We're going to hear from J.D. Vance shortly. But Rubio seems to be someone who really is kind of on the ascent behind the scenes.
I mean, not even behind the scenes, like out in front.
And also
Donald
publicly.
Trump is
Yeah, you're
talking
right.
about that quite publicly, how reliant upon Marco Rubio he's been.
Yeah, he honestly, like a Rubio might be the guy. Like a lot of us are talking about being worried about Vance. Rubio might be the guy instead of Vance. And honestly, I would be happy if Rubio was the guy instead of Vance. I would much rather Rubio over Vance. And so yeah, that would actually be like a good thing if that turns out to be the case, that while Rubio isn't great, he'd definitely be way better than having to deal with somebody like Vance instead. Because Vance is too much of a chameleon. He's too much like Trump, where he's just like, you can't trust anything that he says, and you don't ever know what his real motivations are, and you don't know where he's coming from on things or what it is that like he actually wants from something. So Rubio is definitely a better scenario in my eyes, and somebody that I would definitely rather see in the White House than Vance.
Throughout the Venezuela situation and now in Iran, what have you. And we know J.D. Vance's politics, talking about sort of the resistance inside. I mean, J.D. Vance's politics is to not be aligned with this kind of action necessarily. Yeah. And so he also now is sort of cozying up to the president and showing that he's fully aligned here publicly with the president. Obviously, he doesn't want to talk about what their conversations were in private, which is a totally appropriate thing to say. But Rubio has been the guy that Trump has been sort of identifying as the front man, and he's been impressed with how Rubio's been behaving.
Secretary Hegseth went so far as to say that the Strait of Hormuz is open, other than the fact that there would be fire against vehicles transiting the strait. This is clearly amateur hour.
As the war in the Middle East escalates, my next guest says that we've seen this movie before. Joining us now, former Transportation Secretary and Afghan war veteran Pete Buttigieg. I want to play something that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said earlier this week about how this war differs from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Take a listen.
This is not 2003. This is not endless nation building under those types of quagmires we saw under Bush or Obama. It's not even close. Our generation of soldier will not let that happen again.
You're also a part of that generation of soldier. What's your take?
What I'm worried about is not the soldiers and the people who are serving. What I'm worried about is their political leadership, like Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. You know, we lived through a war that was sold to us on false pretenses.
Yeah, I mean, that, like, literally, I think that's the majority of people's issue here, is that they don't have issues with, like, Iran overall. They don't have issues with going to war with Iran overall. They don't have issues with, like, they don't think that there's, like, no justification for going to war with Iran. It's more so that, one, Donald Trump hasn't even, like, attempted to give us a justification, but two, that the leadership, like, nobody trusts Trump to be the guy to do this responsibly or the right way, or, you know, just that nobody thinks that he is the guy to pull this off. And so that, I think, is what most people are afraid of, is just Donald Trump being the guy at the helm right now.
When I was younger, this war has not been sold on any pretense. The president just went ahead and did it. Here's the biggest thing that has not changed since the war in Afghanistan or the war in Iraq. The biggest thing that has not changed is who pays the price. We have now seen 13 American service members killed. And when you prepare to go to war, the thing you think about, the thing you most dread, is your family being the ones to get that knock on the door.
Shit.
More than a dozen American families have now gotten that knock on the door, and the president has basically assured us that there will be more where that came from. And while they're paying the ultimate price, every American is paying some price. Right now, mortgage rates are up because of this war. Food is going to be more expensive because of this war. And of course, the price of gas that we're paying at the pump is more expensive because of this war.
So the Trump administration argues that they needed to take action to take out Iran's nuclear weapons program and Iran's ballistic missile program. Because when they came into office, the Biden administration, your administration, had done nothing in 4 years to stop Iran from building a nuclear weapon, developing ballistic missiles, funding terrorism around the world. Are they wrong?
Yes, of course they're wrong. I mean, for one thing, the president assured us that the nuclear program, President Trump assured us that the nuclear program was, in his words, obliterated just a few months ago. And let's also remember that in the past, Iran's nuclear program was contained without a shot being fired. I think President Trump thought he could get a better deal than the Obama administration did. He failed to get that better deal. And he went off and launched a war without planning, without being ready for even some of the most basic things. I mean, it is a certainty that the military would have advised him that the Straits of Hormuz would have been closed, that that was a likely scenario. And yet they're talking about this and clearly acting as though they didn't think this would happen. The Secretary Hegseth went so far as to say that the Strait of Hormuz is open, other than the fact that there would be fire against vehicles transiting the strait. This is clearly amateur hour at the Pentagon and in the White House. And again, the price is being paid by all of us. You can also just tell from the administration's attitude toward this war, the fact that they're putting out videos treating this like a video game. It's not a video game for the families of the fallen. And then just this week, we saw campaign fundraising materials being put out, emails where the president's committee, the president's political operation, was raising money off of images of him at a dignified transfer. Any politician who does that has no business leading American troops in the war. If the president is willing to raise campaign funds over the bodies of America's war dead, he is unfit to be the commander-in-chief.
Let's talk about the status of the war. My panel joins me now. Congressman,
Sheesh,
President
dude.
Trump just said a few hours ago on social media that Iran has been beaten. So why are we still there?
Is that real? Fuck. As of March 26th, President Trump has attended dignified transfer ceremonies in Dover Air. March 26th, fundraising email from Donald Trump's Political Action Committee drew criticism for using images of him at a dignified transfer ceremony. The event honored 6 U.S. soldiers killed in the 2026 Iran war. The email paired these images with requests for donations and access to private events. The use of a solemn military ceremony traditionally meant to honor fallen service members for political fundraising was criticized. Fundraising email featured President Trump at the ceremony at the first 6 U.S. fatalities of the 2026 Iran war, which occurred on March 7th, 2026, following a drone strike in Kuwait. The Trump PAC email used images of the transfer while soliciting donations and promising access to the president's private national events.
Right, yeah. This has been the big mistake of the administration. You can argue we never should have done anything with the war, but I would say the biggest mistake is just not preparing the American people for it. And then when you realize this is going to take a few days longer than you think, right now a couple weeks longer, then it's just constantly, oh, that's all right, we already won though. Don't worry, tomorrow it'll be better. And I think the president, in his own way, we've seen this before, is panicking because the market takes a hit, because people are turning against him, and he wants to live in this world where we're right on one, being successful in one day. I just think he needs to level with people and say what the truth is. Hey, we may be done tomorrow. This may go on for a few more weeks. The Strait of Hormuz is going to matter.
That's the leveling with the American people. What about the Iranian people? Because in January, President Trump was saying help is on the way, right? And now it seems pretty clear that regime change is not necessarily in the cards.
Yeah, and the Iranian people are squeezed between the airstrikes and a regime that is extremely brutal. I mean, people tell me that there are roadblocks everywhere in the country. An 88-year-old was telling me that he was made forced to get off his car to open up his trunk at a gunpoint. So, yeah, it's not a good situation. Tehran was under intense bombing last night, and so was the city of Isfahan, and people are just waiting to see what's going to happen.
Where are we in the war?
Well, I think the president's the reason you're hearing some uncertainty or mixed signals is because they have two choices. The first choice has already been made. We're going to end Iran's military capabilities and end their ability to project terror and force abroad. The second choice is whether you take their oil infrastructure out, their oil export infrastructure. You don't take it out if it looks like there's going to be a regime that rises in place in Iran that we could deal with and it would be peaceful for the region. You'd leave that infrastructure intact if that's going to happen. If it's not going to happen, then we have to take out their oil export.
I'm just telling you it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't sense, at least at this point, any notion that there's going to be some sort of reasonable government.
Well, but then in that case, we have to leave it decapitated militarily and unable to export oil to China and Russia.
You've been out there talking to people in the field about the midterms. Is this coming up at all? Are the American people engaged in the war?
It's really interesting. So I did spend a couple days with, these are, organizers who are in communities, and you would think it's housing, it's healthcare, and those are concerns. The war is coming up. It's percolating in a couple of ways. Young people who are angry, similar to our own polling, angry that he broke his promise, worried that they could be
broke his promise about taking
the country to war. And I should mention that these are like black and brown young people, some of whom are in the military or come from families that have military service, and parents are worried about their kids being sent, and they're not buying it. They know it's a war. They're not buying it. Politically, the president is trying to, and Republicans are trying to not say it's a war, but they know it's a war, and they know our troops are in danger. And so it's just interesting that in a time, in communities where you would think these cost issues would be top issues.
Yeah.
That actually people are. I mean, they even asked one of the senators this week about the War Powers Resolution, which
Really?
Yes. I mean, it was like, oh, this housing bill is great, but wait, we want to talk about the War Powers Act. Which, when do you ever hear that from activists on the front lines?
Brad, do you disagree with Congressman Kinzinger that there wasn't enough preparation in terms of communications to the American people about why this is happening, how long it's going to take, et cetera?
I mean, I wish the president had talked about it in his State of the Union address, but he has spent 7 months telling Americans that we have to take out Iran's ability to project power abroad. And frankly, this is 7 presidents too late. He's the first president who's had the guts to take out the force that has caused chaos and mayhem and killed Americans almost every administration going all the way back to Jimmy Carter.
And we're seeing a different threat environment right now. I mean, attacks on the synagogue at Old Dominion University. I mean, there is... I'm not blaming it on President Trump, but there is now this cost at home.
Yeah, there is. And, I don't think this is necessarily Iran projecting its power, but, anytime you have a big thing that is could be interpreted as religious, you have, a chance that somebody gets radicalized. And I think that's what you're seeing, these lone wolf radicalizations. And I'll also say, what Brad was saying makes sense, and the administration should actually hire you to come out and lay that out, which is, we'll take out your oil if you're going to be bad, we'll leave it if you're going to be good. I think Americans need to hear that. Are we gonna occupy Karg Island or not? Are we gonna hold it hostage while we kind of figure it out?
What happens in Iran if the U.S. takes out the oil?
Karg Island specifically is the economic lifeline of the Islamic Republic and of Iran. Just to make the threat, it has a psychological impact on the Iranian regime. Let's not forget that Karg was under intense bombing during the war with Iraq. And ultimately, it was one of the key reasons that Iran surrendered and agreed to sign a peace deal with Iraq. 90% of Iran's oil is exported from that island. And if it comes under attack, it will retaliate.
Well,
Activists in politics. In segment 2, it's my old buddy Cam Caskey off the campaign trail. He's working on a bill in Congress I want to talk to him about. But up first, she was a former right-wing influencer with TPUSA and others, and a writer. She's also the mother of one of Elon Musk's children. It's Ashley St. Clair, and who apparently watches the Bulwark podcast. And we're meeting now. This is our first meet.
Ashley St. Clair, baby mama to Elon Musk, one of many baby mamas to Elon Musk. He's got quite a few at this point.
And DMing. How's it going, Ashley?
It's going. My mother is also a big fan of the Bulwark podcast.
Oh, really?
Yes, she is. So I appreciate you guys holding space for the more moderate.
Where does she live? Where are you from? I don't actually even know.
She's in Colorado now, but we are
really?
not from Colorado, but a lot of my family's out there. So.
My people. Yeah, we're all
she'll
transplants
be seeing Erica Kirk visiting the Air Force Academy.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Well, much to get into on TPUSA. For people who don't know, who are like, oh, my God, I just heard that introduction. I've never heard Ashley St. Clair's name. And we have viewers and listeners who are not on social media, who are not following the influencer wars on the right. And so for those folks, give us the first date. How did you emerge? What's your villain origin story?
My villain origin story is I started really on campus with these campus groups like Young Americans for Liberty as soon as I got into college, freshly 18, and then I got involved with Turning Point.
Freshly
and I was tweeting,
18.
and it just kind of snowballed from there. It was within a few months that I was invited
What's
to
she
my
trying to
first
say?
Turning Point event, that I was meeting Charlie Kirk, that I was doing events in Colorado, and then it just snowballed.
Snowball. So where were you on campus?
I was in Colorado, University of Colorado in Colorado
leave me alone.
Springs. So it was a smaller campus,
Yeah.
and there was, some appeal to the provocateur nature of rolling a free speech ball around campus.
Is that a lib campus? Colorado Springs?
Colorado
Springs
Springs
is kind of conservative.
More conservative, but the campus was definitely more liberal. Like all of the heads of the philosophy department when I first came there were petitioning for Donald Trump to not speak on campus, which, in retrospect, they were probably correct about. But in that moment, I was like, this is philosophy. We're supposed to hold court for all opinions.
So that was what appealed to you, kind of like contrarianism and, sticking your finger in the eye of the, professors that wanted to tell you to follow various woke pieties or what, was there something else?
Yeah, it was, you're the token conservative in the class, which I found engaging to some respect. But it was also you're young.
Wait, I thought she just said that like the teachers were liberal, but the students were conservative. Now, how the fuck is she the token conservative in the class? If that's the case.
You get 18 and you get a lot of attention on social media by being provocative in some sense.
So like, how did that start? So like you started posting and then TPUSA would like, just from like a process standpoint, because there's a lot of discussion about this, particularly on the left. And when I went to the last, I didn't go this past year to America Fest because given after Charlie was killed and everything, it just was too much for me to take. But the year before I went to the Turning Point Festival at the end of the year, and I'd been going every year. And I wrote like a pretty mean assessment of the substance of what I was hearing at the festival.
Was it mean or accurate?
Accurate, mean and accurate, accurately mean about the just hateful bullshit that was coming from the stage. But before I did that, I started by just saying, like, you do have to give credit where due. Like this, there is no version of this on the left. It kind of emerged from nothing. Like it emerged from the ether, like during the Obama era when I, and the Bush era when I was on campus, like was just a very lefty space. The college Republicans were very dorky and a very minority part of the campus. Like, and TPSA changed that. And like, they brought a lot of people there to the festival. Like the crowd is huge. There are people there that aren't particularly political, who are young, who they had engaged. So like, as far as just their mission was concerned, it was a success, just looking at it as like a political organizing tool. So, but one thing I don't have like visibility into is like how they like recruited ambassadors like you. Like, what was that process like? Was it organic or?
So I was just kind of shitposting online on Twitter, and then Mike Cernovic actually found me, and him and Jack Posobiec started sharing my tweets, my periscopes, my lives, and it just there was no Twitter was very ripe for reply guy bullying in a way. So, you're replying to AOC and replying to Elizabeth Warren, and it just kind of blows up in a way that you don't expect because you're 18 and nobody's listening to you. And suddenly you have 10,000, 40,000. You remember when you hit those milestones, and envisioning that many people in a room, you're like, oh my goodness, all of these people are liking my things. They think I'm important. They think I'm smart. And especially when you're just getting a sense of identity in your youth, like freshly 18, that was
freshly 18
for me.
So like, were you monetizing it like when you're in college?
Not particularly.
Sorry, the freshly 18 thing is a meme from a while ago. Ignore me.
Eventually I got into, I'll sell a t-shirt or this or that, but I didn't really monetize it in the same mode that a lot of other people did. I worked behind the scenes. So I also worked on campaigns at 18 and door knocking and, cleaning up the door knocking data and donor events, that sort of thing. So primarily my mode of income was a bit different than most influencers. I kept normal jobs as opposed to doing a podcast.
So I was looking at some of your early material. And it's a lot of nut picking, I mean, there's some nutty leftists. Okay. Don't get me wrong, but it's a lot of like Ashley St. Clair confronts deranged leftists, that's like a lot of what it was. Like when you were doing that, was it like, how much of it were you like, I really believe this stuff? How much of it was like WWE?
I think it's very circular too, because you're told that these things exist and that there's this caricature of the left and that they're all crazy and they're all deranged and they all have the purple hair and whatever. And then when you see it, you're like, I found it. It is real. Look, guys, it's real. So I think there's that where it kind of feeds into itself, where you wanted to find it to show everyone that it's real. And then there is, you have veterans who are coming up to you saying like, good job, patriot. And that makes you feel a bit more important, or like you're doing
You're getting
some real
thanked.
on the
God's
ground
work.
soldier work there.
People are thanking you, mostly men. I'm assuming,
Yes,
are thanking
yes,
you.
yes.
Older men.
men with vet hats on.
Yeah, are thanking you. Yeah. So I could see how you would take that as like, wow, like I am doing important work.
Yes,
Actually.
yes. And the work in question is tweeting.
Also, some YouTube. She did some videos, on Man on the Street stuff.
I think I've put that away
Okay,
in my
yeah,
brain.
that happened. I watched some of them, and some of the leftists that were yelling at you were deranged, but I don't know what you were saying off camera. So anyway,
I was very nice in person.
so then you drop out of school.
Yes.
This is
I
like the
dropped out.
classic conundrum of the whole Charlie Kirk thing. Is he was a college dropout also, and then he's organizing on college campuses, and then now it's like all the red states want to build statues to him on college campuses, and it's kind of like, see what you want about Charlie, like nice or otherwise. Like the school part of it wasn't really the part that was being fostered.
Sort of. And I do have regrets that
Charlie did not like school. Like he didn't like colleges. He was very much like encouraging people not to go to college. So yeah, it definitely seems weird to like put his face on a fucking college campus, anywhere on a college campus, when he did not like colleges, and felt like they were all a ripoff. And yeah,
I repeated those talking points that people shouldn't go to school because I'm back in school now. And I have 2 kids, so it's a lot more difficult to do after you have children. But there's also something that's very similar to when you're in a relationship and the guy tells you, quit your job and don't do this. But then if you want to leave, you don't have any mode to make income. You don't have the same ability. And I think that's really similar on the right, where they tell these kids, you don't need to do that. You can make money in right-wing politics or start your own show or sell your own merch. But then if they leave, that source of income is gone. So it kind of keeps people within that cycle more than it would if they had a career or education outside of it.
So that's what you did after you got out. It was just full-time influencer stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I guess one other thing on that, and then we'll get to the more fun topic, and then we'll get to talk about current day politics. Like, so then during that part, were you like actually making money? Like, through your own content, or like rich people like subsidizing you?
It was decent money, but I wasn't making much money from my content. I was just working behind the scenes. So I worked on campaigns, I worked in fundraising, I worked in production, doing Republican ads. So it was I always had a decent salaried job that I was primarily making income from.
But that is a thing out there, right? Like there are some of these right-wing influencers are like kind of subsidized by,
yes,
by
very
groups
wealthy
and,
donors, and where you can't really track the money. There's a lot of dark money groups on the right as well, and influencer apparatuses where they will pay you just to put out messaging, and there's no rules right now to even put notification that it's an ad, because it's just messaging. So there's a large portion of the right-wing influencer space is paid in one way or another for whether it's opinions or pushing certain cabinet picks. They make money for all of it.
Can I say this is going to be the story of the 2028 campaign? By the way, it's like paid influencers and AI influencers, and that is happening on the right is way ahead on that, but this is happening now on the left too. I talked to Cam about the Illinois primary in the second segment, but I saw some influencer, it's like the woke ginger or something, is like getting paid to support some candidate, and it's not disclosed, in the primary. And I get people sending me all the time, like random influencers who are saying this and saying that. And like, people have to be really careful out there with if you're just following a random person with an Instagram account, like maybe that person is just earnest and viral, or like maybe not.
Back during the election, I was offered money to promote like Rick Grinnell for Secretary of State. I mean, they do all of this. I was like, no, thank you. But this was very much a thing, and they were offering a lot of money, Tim. This was
to promote Rick Grinnell for Secretary of State.
Yes, and as I'm given this offer, I see all of a sudden these people pushing Rick Grinnell for Secretary of State, and I'm like, you're paid, you're paid.
Okay, I'm gonna head out. I'll be back on tomorrow. We've got a panel tomorrow, so make sure you guys subscribe. We'll have a debate panel on the Iran war. We've got conservatives, progressives, and liberals coming on tomorrow. So currently it's going to be Ryan Mullally, Admiral Gibbs, Jola, and counterpoints. And we might add a fifth to that. It's possible, so we'll see. But currently, it is going to be those 4 who are coming on. So make sure you guys subscribe and get ready for tomorrow. And make sure you get your donos ready, because we're going to be accepting donations to ask the panel questions. So make sure you're ready to actually continue stream tomorrow, because the panel is 3 hours. And so once we get to that 3-hour mark, if we don't hit those goals, I'm going to be heading out again. So I will see you guys tomorrow. In the meantime, do me a favor. We didn't hit donos today, but you can still help the channel by leaving a comment after the stream ends. It really helps boost us in the algorithm, makes it to where more people are more likely to find the channel. And then hopefully next time we come back, we'll have more people in the chat hanging out with us as well. So leave a comment when the stream ends. Just hang out for just a moment and refresh, or go to the channel and click on the stream. But leave a comment when the stream's over, and it'll be super helpful, especially if it's relevant to the content that we watched, about the war, about Trump, his speech, the cabinet meeting, any of those things. Leave a comment relevant to the content that is much more beneficial to getting more people to comment, to reply to what it is that you say. So till then, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.